Chapter 592 Beguiling One. Even though he didn't know whether it was a supernatural occurrence or not, one thing was for sure: Zhang Shi's judgment was spot on. For this, he was extremely awed with the other party's foresight. In the past, he had been reveling in his position as the #1 genius of Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and he thought that there was no one in the world who could best him. But after seeing this young man, he realized that he was still far from matching up to true geniuses. Returning back to the group, Ruohuan Gongzi respectfully clasped his fist and asked, "Zhang Shi, what do I do now?" "Sit down and eat." Zhang Xian gestured. Ruohuan Gongzi was dumbstruck. "You got me to pour meat soup over the other party to provoke him. Going to such an extent, I thought that you would have some incredible plan in mind, and yet, you're asking me to eat now. Your match is about to start, and you'll only have the strength to fight once you're full. Without energy, how do you expect to emerge victorious against your opponent?" Zhang Xian rolled his eyes. There was only an hour of resting time, and it was about to come to an end. If he didn't hurry, the tournament was going to resume. All right. With no other better idea in mind, Ruohuan Gongzi could only follow the other party's instruction. He sat down and began to eat ravenously. The dinner prepared by the Alliance head residents was indeed sumptuous. Soon they were full, and by then, the tournament was already about to start. Memorize the contents on it. You just have to recite it later on. Just as Ruohuan Gongzi was still perplexed as to how he should deal with Qin Lei, Zhang Shi passed a piece of white paper to him. It was filled with scribblings that were written by the other party during the meal just a moment ago. Surprised, he quickly swept through the contents of the paper, and his eyes immediately widened. "Zhang Shi, do I really have to say this? On?" Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. Ruohuan Gongzi's vision immediately darkened, and he nearly broke down in tears. "Big brother, you are pushing me off a cliff here. Are you that unhappy that I wasn't beaten up just now? If I were to say what is on the paper, that fellow would probably forfeit his candidature just so that he could strangle me to death. Stop wasting time idling and quickly memorize it. Remember, you must recite it word for word. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your victory." Seeing Ruohuan Gongzi wallowing in his sorrow, Zhang Shi urged him with a frown. Tears glittered in Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes. If only he'd known earlier, he would have never asked Zhang Xian for help. At this moment, it felt as though he was on board the ship of a pirate, and there was no backing out now. All right. Gritting his teeth, Ruohuan Gongzi quickly started memorizing the contents on the paper. Soon after he was done, a gong sounded, and Hong Shi's deep voice reverberated through the entire square. The tournament resumes. Would the participating master teachers come onto the stage? Everyone replied and hurried up. On the round stage, Ruohuan Gongzi took a deep breath before walking over to the dueling stage labeled A. For a moment, his silhouette looked slightly valiant. Knowing that it was too late for second thoughts, he had decided to simply follow Zhang Shi's instructions. If death was what that awaited him, so be it. Humph! Qin Lei also walked toward dueling stage A as well. Recalling how the other party provoked him previously, his rage immediately surged. Seeing that all participants were on their respective stages, Hong Shi announced, "The match begins. Start discussing the format of the duel. Since White Helios sect was first place in the previous tournament, the right of choice is in my hands." Harumphing coldly, Qin Lei turned at the detestable young man before him and said, "I choose comprehension of cultivation." Ah? Hearing that everything had gone as predicted, Ruohuan Gongzi was momentarily stumped. "Why? You dare not accept my challenge?" A light flickered across Qin Lei's eyes. "What do I have to fear? Comprehension of cultivation, is it? So be it then. What are the rules?" Ruohuan Gongzi replied. Good. He thought that the other party would reject his proposal, but the other party accepted it candidly instead. Heaving a sigh of relief, Qin Lei explained. Simple. We'll both execute a battle technique, and each of us will point out the flaws in it. Whoever points out more flaws will be the winner. On. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded. It went exactly as your analysis predicted. Seeing the sight, Pavilion Master Kang and the others turned to look at Zhao Feiwu. Even though this lady wasn't a master teacher, her wisdom was indeed impressive. All that is left is to see whether the note Zhang Shi gave him is effective or not. Zhao Feiwu chuckled lightly. The most she could do was to deduce the content of the competition. Whether Ruohuan Gongzi would be able to emerge victorious or not would depend on the content of the note that Zhang Shi passed to him. The group nodded their heads. While they were speaking, the duo on the stage were already done executing their battle techniques. After having seen the entire set of movements from Qin Lei, Ruohuan Gongzi was completely stumped. He had never heard of the other party's fist art before, needless to say, seen it. How in the world was he supposed to point out any flaws? Going by the rules, I'll go first. Seeing the confusion on the other party's face, Qin Lei sneered coldly. If I'm not mistaken, the fist art that Ruohuan Gongzi executed is a spirit intermediate tier battle technique known as Seven Forsaken Fists. It's indeed a formidable technique, but it's a pity that your mastery is still lacking. I could see a total of 4 flaws. First, having barely reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, your Jinqi isn't sufficiently pure yet. Even though your movements seem to be in place, you're lacking the essence of the technique. Second, the core of the 7 Forsaken Fist is Forsaken Heart, Forsaken Emotions, Forsaken Intent, Forsaken Benevolence, Forsaken Fate, Forsaken Thoughts, and Forsaken Desires. However, you aren't able to meet even a single one of these notions. Given that your movements and your intent are at odds, no matter how much you practice the technique, it will be nothing more than an empty shell. Third. Fourth. Soon, Qin Lei finished listing out the flaws in Ruohuan Gongzi's technique. Every single point of his stabbed straight into the vitals. There was no one who wouldn't lose his confidence upon hearing too much of such words. Incredible. With just a single look, he was able to point out the 4 main flaws behind the technique. As expected of one of the strongest contenders for the champion's seat, he's indeed fearsome. I was looking intently at Ruohuan Gongzi's movements too, but I wasn't able to see a single problem about it. Upon hearing Qin Lei's words, a huge commotion raked up among the crowd below. Nearly everyone present here was a master teacher or an expert, and they possessed a sharp eye of such things as well. The technique Ruohuan Gongzi executed felt wholesome, and with just a single look, it was clear that he had devoted many years of his time into it. But even so, Qin Lei was still able to easily list out 4 major problems. His eye of discernment wasn't inferior to even some half 5-star master teachers. Seems like it'll be hard for Ruohuan Gongzi to win in this round. I had been paying close attention to Qin Lei's execution, but I wasn't even able to tell what battle technique he was executing. I am also unable to make sense out of it. Everyone discussed with hushed voices as they looked toward the stage, curious as to how Ruohuan Gongzi would deal with this situation. With a cold smirk on his face, Qin Lei was also staring at Ruohuan Gongzi intently. The battle technique he had just executed had come from some ancient ruins. Even Hong Shi might not be able to recognize it, needless to say this fellow. Thus, he was confident that he would win this match. It's your turn. If you can't say anything constructive, you should just admit defeat. Seeing the conflicted expression on Ruohuan Gongzi, Qin Lei harumphed. At this moment, Ruohuan Gongzi seemed to have come to a major decision and gritted his teeth. If I'm not mistaken, there's something wrong with your brain. What? The square fell deathly silent instantaneously. Wasn't it a duel in pointing out flaws in battle techniques? When did it become an insulting competition instead? What did you say? Hearing those words, Qin Lei immediately exploded in rage. Despite not having completed nourishing your soul, you forcefully tried to achieve a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm, and drove your Jinqi into your head. And in that attempt, both your soul and your brain are wounded. Am I mistaken about that? Ruohuan Gongzi said. Qin Lei frowned. After sect leader Bai Kaiji, who was also his teacher, was killed, he understood the bad state the sect was in and panicked. Thus, he forcefully tried to advance to consonant spirit realm. In that process, one's Junshi had to be driven into one's head to open up the Helling acupoint. Only with the opening with this acupoint can one make the leap to become a consonant spirit realm expert. But Qinlei wasn't ready yet then. The head was a vulnerable region, and yet, he willfully drove his Junshi into his, thus causing significant damage to his soul and brain. As a result, he was suffering from splitting headache whenever night falls. But he had never told this matter to anyone, even the elders of the sect, for fear of worrying them. How did the other party manage to see through this? Not only so, there are innumerable traumas from cultivating incorrectly all over your body. For the sake of impressing others in this tournament, you even cultivated a battle technique of unknown origin. If I'm not mistaken, to master it, you would need 32 acupoints all over your body to resonate in harmony, right? This requirement in itself isn't a problem. Most battle techniques have such demands from the cultivator. However, this battle technique sought to connect the Baihe and the Yongquan acupoints. The former pulls in the clear aura of the sky, whereas the latter absorbs the turbid aura of the earth. As the two of them collide, an intangible cage is formed, locking your soul firmly into your body. In other words, without any fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for you to reach consonant spirit realm. If you don't believe my words, you can try driving your Junshi into your Baihe acupoint. If you feel a numbing sensation there, it means that your soul has already started declining. Alternatively, you can also try your Qingjin acupoint. If you feel an itch, it means that the internal of your body has grown oddly stiff, and it is nothing more than a cage at this point. Other people cultivate in hopes of advancing to higher realms, and yet you do so only to seal your path of progress. Isn't there something really wrong with your head? Since Ruohuan Gongzi had already made up his mind, he tossed aside his hesitation and recited everything that Zhang Shi had him say. In any case, he couldn't understand the other party's battle technique. At this rate, he would lose anyway. Thus, he decided to take the gamble. At the very least, there was a ray of hope down this path. After he was done, he thought the other party would immediately rush forward to pummel him up or insult him. But shockingly, the other party remained bizarrely motionless. It was as if he had met with something incredulous, leaving his face pale with shock. Could it be that I was spot on? Geding! Ruohuan Gongzi's heart skipped a beat. When he saw the content of the note, he thought that it was just nonsense Zhang Shi made up on the spot. If he were to recite it, the other party would surely rush up to kill him. Never had he entertained the thought that it would actually be true. The other party had barely raised his hands back then, and Zhang Shi was able to tell all of this. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can continue trying for consonant spirit realm. You'll feel a surge of powerlessness, or perhaps your Junshi, suppressed by some sort of power, might even be unable to enter your head. Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes lit up, and endless confidence seemed to surge into him at this instant. Ignoring the other party's shocked expression, he continued. Despite being a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, you cultivated a battle technique blindly without analyzing its true nature, and yet you still dare to challenge me to a comprehension of cultivation duel. How much more arrogant can you get? Qinlei's body swayed weakly as though it had lost its backbone. He had just tried out everything that the other party had said, and it turned out that the other party was completely spot on. Could it be that he had really cultivated incorrectly? To err so greatly despite being a master teacher, how was he supposed to guide others then? This wasn't only a loss in this duel, this was a loss for him as a master teacher as well. Alright, I'll stop here. As a fellow master teacher, I can tell you this. There's still a way to resolve your problem at this point, but the longer you delay it, the harder it'll be for you to make a full recovery. Ruohuan Gongzi waved his hands. I'm a magnanimous person, so as long as you admit your defeat, I'll impart you the solution to your problem. Chapter 593 Beguiling 2, Beneath the Stage. Zhang Shi, this is what that was on your note. You managed to discern this much? Pavilion Master Kong and the others stared at the young man before them with widened eyes. He was well aware of his own student's capability. He couldn't even tell what battle technique Qinlei executed previously, and yet, his disciple was able to logically deduce facts that left the entire crowd stumped. Unless Zhang Shi was involved, there was no way his disciple could be capable of this.
That's right,
Zhang Xian admitted.
But
Qin Shi had only driven his Jinqi and lifted his palm. How in the world were you able to discern so much? Even after hearing the words of affirmation from the person in question, the crowd still found the matter too difficult to believe. Ruohuan Gongzi did manage to provoke Qin Lei by pouring meat soup on him, but in the end, a fight didn't break out, and both sides hardly made any moves. Yet, to make such an in-depth analysis under such circumstances, are you for real? What kind of eye of discernment is this?
But what kind of battle technique did Qin Lei cultivate? To think that there would actually be a battle technique in the world that would lock one's soul and prevent one from achieving a breakthrough.
Su Shi couldn't help but express his shock. A 4-star pinnacle master teacher possessed astute senses surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. How could Qin Lei possibly cultivate a battle technique that would seal his soul without realizing it himself?
I've no idea as well.
Zhang Xian shook his head.
You don't know?
Then. Everyone frowned. If you don't know what battle technique it is, how do you know what kind of sensation would be induced by stimulating the respective acupoints? The Bihai acupoint corresponds to the soul, whereas the Qingjin acupoint is the point connecting the body to the soul. These were common facts that all transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle experts know of. Under normal circumstances, the triggering of these acupoints with Jinqi should nourish one's souls. Given that such anomalies happened, it would be hard to believe that there was nothing wrong with the other party. But, if you don't even know what battle technique the other party cultivated, how in the world do you know that his Qingjin acupoint is closed and his soul is wounded?
It's a lie,
Zhang Xian replied calmly.
A lie?
Everyone froze.
The cultivators of the White Helios sect cultivates the White Helios Jinqi, which is a type of Jinqi possessing Yang attribute. Back then, when Bai Kaiji came to attack my residence, my teacher told me about it,
Zhang Xian said. Pavilion Master Kang and the others nodded their heads. The White Helios formula that most members in the White Helios sect cultivated was indeed a Yang attribute cultivation technique. Upon mastering it, one's attacks would be augmented with immense destructive force. Having suffered a tragic defeat against them, they went to investigate the other party, so they were well aware of the basic information surrounding them.
The food provided by the Alliance head residents consists mainly of food that seeks to revitalize, such as spirit beast meat and medicinal herbs. Am I right about that?
Zhang Xian asked. In truth, the Alliance head residents also provided the same food to the members of the other sects and empires as well. Spirit beast meat, savage beast meat, and even precious medicinal herbs rich in spiritual energy were used in the cooking so as to nourish and energize the exhausted participants.
That's right.
Zhao Feiwu nodded her head. She was involved in the choosing of the ingredients for the food, so she was well aware of this matter.
What would happen if a cultivator practicing a Yang attribute cultivation technique consumes extremely nourishing food?
Zhang Xian asked.
His cells will become lively, and his flow of Jinqi would hasten.
Pavilion Master Kang replied. It had a similar effect to consuming stimulant. After all, if a person rich in hot energy were to consume nourishing food, his body would surely be overflowing with energy, resulting in physical restlessness. Just that. Wouldn't that simply put him in a better condition for battle?
Under normal circumstances, it would only induce positive effects to the cultivator. However, you've neglected an ingredient used in the brewing of the soup. If I'm not mistaken, there's jadine grass,
Zhang Xian said.
There's indeed jadine grass. Even though that grass is known for its colding properties, it has the effect of cooling one down and boosting one's cognitive capacity. On top of that, it is a famous delicacy as well.
Halfway through her words, Zhao Feiwu suddenly realized something, and her eyes widened.
It's indeed a famous medicinal herb, but the problem lies exactly with its colding properties. Given that we are still in the midst of the tournament, Qin Lei is likely to be filled with excitement. On top of that, his Yang Jinqi and the nourishing food he had consumed left him practically brimming with energy. And at such a moment, a soup containing yin energy was poured over him.
I believe even if I don't explain this, you should understand the consequences of the matter. Zhang Xian smiled. The abrupt collision of yin and yang, to protect itself, the body would automatically shut its acupoint. If all of his acupoints are closed, that explains why his soul is locked in his body. Why you actually designed this scenario? Coming to a realization, the faces of Pavilion Master Kang, Su Shi, and the others paled in frenzy. They thought that Zhang Shi had incredible capability to be able to analyze so much regarding Qin Lei. They didn't expect that it was all a huge ploy set up to trap Qin Lei from the initial pouring of the soup. Not only was each chain of the plan linked tightly to the next, leaving little room for failure, there was also very little evidence to trace back the matter. If Zhang Shi hadn't explained the matter, they would have probably never realized it. As the person standing in the center of everything, Qin Lei was unlikely to be any wiser than them. His loss was already fixed from the moment Zhang Shi's help was engaged. This was way too formidable. I just happened to think of it. Zhang Xian nodded in response. In truth, the entire plan lay upon a single fact: Qin Lei had attempted to achieve a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm and failed, causing his soul to be damaged. Without this laying the foundation for all the latter theories, it would be impossible to convince the other party of this hoax. This was how humans worked, as well as a common ploy used by fortune-tellers. With a single fact to set the foundation, the parts that came afterward would seem much more believable. Not to mention, it was based on solid theories known by all 4-star pinnacle master teachers. On the contrary, it would be hard for him not to believe those words instead. Since it's a lie, then. Rohuan said that he has a solution. Suddenly, Pavilion Master Kang recalled what Rohuan Gongzi had just said, and a premonition suddenly struck him. If this was all a lie, what kind of solution could Rohuan Gongzi offer? Just watch on. Zhang Xian gestured to the stage. The group hurriedly turned their sights over. At this moment, Qin Lei, after a long internal struggle, sighed deeply and said, I admit my defeat. I beseech you to impart me the solution to my problem. He was already in the top 16. Even if he were to fail now, he could still vie for the last 2 placing of the top 10. But if his problem wasn't resolved, his cultivation would be unable to advance any further. Just the thought of it was completely unacceptable to him. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to admit defeat and accept the other party's guidance. In any case, it was just a matter of time before he killed this fellow. What harm was there to give a little glee to a dying man? Admit defeat? Qin Shi actually admitted defeat? It seems like Rohuan Gongzi's words were spot on. Impressive. We weren't even able to recognize the battle technique, and yet he had managed to see through even the flaws in Qin Shi's cultivation. When did Rohuan Gongzi become so impressive? I think I saw him consulting Zhang Shi just a moment ago. Do you think that it's possible that this is all Zhang Shi's doing? Qin Lei admitting defeat was huge news that generated an enormous uproar amongst the crowd. One must know that there was a huge disparity in the capability between Rohuan Gongzi and Qin Lei. This huge reversal had sparked thoughts in the minds of many. Many of them had seen Rohuan Gongzi seeking Zhang Shi's pointers during the break previously. Since you've admitted defeat, I'll help you then. Hearing the other party admit his defeat, Rohuan Gongzi began trembling in agitation, knowing that he had gotten into the top 8. Actually, the solution is simple. Your Qinjin acupunt is only sealed temporarily due to some external stimulus. As long as you rest well tonight, you'll be fine tomorrow. Rest well tonight? Qin Lei widened his eyes in shock. His vision went dark, and a mini explosion occurred in his head. If he still couldn't tell that he had been played a fool, he would be unbefitting as a 4-star pinnacle master teacher. I'll kill you! Howling furiously, he prepared to charge over angrily. All right, a loss is a loss. On top of knowledge and physical strength, the Master Teacher Tournament also seeks to assess one's adaptability. It's due to your own ignorance that you were deceived. You shouldn't pin the blame on anyone else. Hong Shi flicked his sleeves, and Qin Lei immediately stopped with a stagger. Given that Qin Lei had willingly admitted defeat after being duped, there was no one he could blame for it. Since even Hongshi was speaking up, Qin Lei knew that there was nothing else he could do at this point. His teeth bit tightly on his lips out of rage, and fresh blood regurgitated at the back of his throat, threatening to spill at any moment. What the heck was this? He had marched onto the stage so confidently, only to be fooled by someone else, and not to mention, he actually willingly admitted defeat. Damn it! Jun Rohuan, if I can't kill you, I'll abandon my name. Qin Lei howled furiously inside. The results were out. Rohuan Gongzi had successfully advanced to the next round. As soon as he got off the stage, he immediately turned to look at Zhang Shi in agitation. In truth, when he first read the content on the paper, he thought that he would surely be beaten to death. He never thought that he would actually succeed. Top 8 of the Master Teacher Tournament. This was a result he never thought would be possible. Thank you, Zhang Shi. He clasped his fist respectfully. It was still a while ago that he still tried to compete with this young man over everything. But at this point, such a notion vanished completely from his mind. This fellow may seem a little dense on the surface, but if one were to try to compete with him, one would only end up utterly defeated. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Given how badly Qin Shi was scammed, he will surely apply for a life-and-death duel against you. For now, you should think of how you would face him first, Zhang Xian said. On. Rohuan Gongzi nodded in response. If two master teachers had an irreconcilable grudge, they could apply for a life-and-death duel to resolve the matter once and for all. Given how badly Qin Lei was humiliated before such a huge crowd, there was a good chance that he would apply for one right after the tournament. If the headquarters were to give their consent, Rohuan Gongzi would have to face him. But still, the headquarters rarely consented to life-and-death duels unless in extreme situations. And even if it did, Rohuan Gongzi wouldn't necessarily lose to the other party. In truth, the paper that Zhang Shi gave him contained major flaws on the other party's cultivation and battle techniques, and he had already memorized them all. As such, it was impossible to tell who would be the one destroyed in a life-and-death duel. Putting aside the matter, Rohuan Gongzi warned with a grave expression. Zhang Shi, your opponent for this round is Wei Changqing of the Zijin sect. I've heard that this fellow is extremely formidable, so you must be careful later on. The lots were only drawn at the initial phase, and the matching would follow by a certain fixed format afterward. The person Zhang Shi would face was Wei Changqing, a formidable genius of the Zijin sect. You've heard of him? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Even though he's not in the top 10 of the list of contenders, it doesn't mean that he's incapable. His greatest flaw is only his lacking cultivation. Just like you, he's a transcendent mortal 3-Dan pinnacle cultivator. To be able to get into the top 16 despite his lacking cultivation, I'm sure you can imagine how talented he is in other aspects. Rohuan Gongzi's eyebrows shot up. I spectated his previous match, and he used his supporting occupation as a blacksmith to force his opponent to admit his defeat. On. Zhang Xian nodded. He had seen the match too, and honestly speaking, that fellow was indeed impressive. Without true capability, it was nigh impossible for a transcendent mortal 3-Dan pinnacle to triumph over a transcendent mortal 4-Dan in smithing. As smithing wasn't one of Zhang Xian's supporting occupations, it would be impossible for the other party to challenge him in this field. But if the other party were to challenge him in a duel of pill forging, that may prove to be a little troublesome. Chapter 594, Duel of Beast Taming. While he was a 4-star apothecary, he had only gotten his emblem through pill discourse. Pill forging was still impossible for him. In a match of pill forging, Zhang Shi, being unable to forge anything at all, would surely lose tragically. But still, given that pill forging required significant preparation, it was unlikely to appear in the Master Teacher Tournament. In any case, you just have to know that he is impressive in his supporting occupations, and you shouldn't accept any duel of that sort, Rohuan Gongzi advised. Wei Changqing's cultivation was lacking, but he excelled in his supporting occupations. Knowing this, Zhang Xian could use his right to reject a proposed dueling format once to vie for better conditions for himself. While the Myriad Kingdom Alliance group was discussing this issue, an air of desolation seemed to be floating around the group from Zijin's sect. That Zhang Shi has been barging his way through every single obstacle with astounding means. I fear that there's very little hope for you, an elder from Zijin's sect lamented with a deep frown etched on his forehead. That monster seems to possess no weakness at all. How are we supposed to compete with him? No one here thought well of their own participant. If it was anyone else, even if the person was Luo Xian, they would surely give it their all. But against that freak, they simply couldn't see any hope at all, and a wave of helplessness overwhelmed them. I can't help but admit that he's nearly flawless as a master teacher too, but I find it hard to believe that his astounding capabilities could extend to his supporting occupations too. Wei Changqing narrowed his eyes. He specialized in his supporting occupations, and he had absolute confidence in that field. I've had someone look into it, and his 4 main supporting occupations are namely 5-star appraiser, 4-star formation master, 4-star physician, and 4-star beast tamer. Wei Changqing lifted up his fingers and counted. My 4 supporting occupations are 4-star blacksmith, 4-star tea master, 4-star painter, and 4-star beast tamer. The only common supporting occupation we have is beast taming, but this is more than sufficient. More than sufficient? It can't be that you intend to challenge him in beast taming? The elders of the sect glanced at one another. Beast taming is an extremely troublesome process. If one wished to compete in the field of supporting occupation, both competitors must share the same supporting occupation. Otherwise, if only one side was learned in the field, there would be no point to the duel at all. While Zhang Xian did have other supporting occupations such as apothecary and painter, they hadn't reached 4-star yet. As such, the only viable option was beast taming. Unaware of the rules, Zhang Xian was still worrying over the latter challenging him to a duel of pill forging. However, beast taming required one to be close to a spirit beast, and sometimes, this process could take several years. On the other hand, the duel for the Master Teacher tournament had to be completed within an instance's time. There was a clear lack of time for this. Don't worry, I've an idea in mind. In the field of beast taming, I'll never lose out to him. A gleam flashed across Wei Changqing's eyes. It's good that you're confident, but make sure not to force yourself. Indeed. Even if you were to lose, do be polite to the other party. We'll make sure to reward you greatly when we return back to our sect. Otherwise, you might as well admit defeat now. Our sect will at least be able to retain its pride. None of the elders had much faith in him. Wei Changqing's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Are you on my side or Zhang Xian's side? It's one thing for you not to support me, but to actually advise me to admit defeat. Just the thought of it left him speechless. Humph, Zhang Xian. I'll defeat you so as to shut these old fogies up. Gritting his teeth, Wei Changqing howled frenziedly within. Clenching his fists tightly, he proceeded to the stage. This match was no longer about the top 10 placing anymore. What was at stake was his dignity. If he wished to retain his dignity, he would have to defeat Zhang Shi and prove his capability. On the stage labeled D, looking at the young man opposite to him, Wei Changqing gritted his teeth tightly. Seeing the other party's hostile gesture, Zhang Xian was stumped. It should be his first time meeting the other party. Why did the other party look as though he had killed his father and claimed his wife? Perplexed, Zhang Xian tried asking, Have we met before? We have never met before. But I'm determined to defeat you, Wei Changqing declared furiously. I decide to challenge you to a duel in our supporting occupation, that is, beast taming. Do you dare to accept the duel? Beast taming? Not expecting the other party to propose such a dueling format, Zhang Xian frowned. How would this match go? Simple. Since you're a 4-star beast tamer, you would surely have your own tamed beast. Why don't we call our tamed beasts over, and we'll give one another an instance's time to interact with each other's tamed beast. Whoever commands the greater degree of loyalty from the other party's tamed beast will be deemed the winner, Wei Changqing said. Exchange tamed beasts to tame for an instance's time. Are you certain about it? Zhang Xian looked at the other party with a bizarre expression. The other party's intent was clear: I'll tame your tamed beast while you tame mine. Whoever manages to induce more loyalty from the other party's tamed beast will be the victor. This was a common competition format between beast tamers. Just that. This fellow really wanted to compete with him in beast taming? Of course. Wei Changqing sneered coldly. Why? To think that the most popular contender for the champion's seat would actually fear my beast taming ability? Are you that fearful of me? All right then. Seeing that the other party was serious in his proposed duel format, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Compete with Zhang Shi in beast taming? Is that fellow mad? Hearing the content of the duel, Zhao Feiwu stared at the fool with a gaze brimming with sympathy. You must be unaware that Zhang Shi only took 2 breaths to tame the demon sink beast. To actually challenge him to this. Are you that desperate to find some excitement in your dull life? I've seen people with suicidal tendencies, but you seem to top the list. The mouths of Pavilion Master Kong and the others twitched. Even though they had never witnessed Zhang Shi taming a beast, they had heard of it from Hall Master Han Chong of the Beast Hall personally on the day of the selection round. A spirit beast which even he was unable to tame despite years of effort, Zhang Shi actually managed to turn it into a loyal guard for his residence. Are you certain that you can win? Seems like this will be an interesting match to watch. Wei Changqing is a famous genius beast tamer, and I've heard that he has once participated in a beast taming competition and became the champion. I've heard of the same as well. Zhang Shi really shouldn't have accepted this challenge. Unlike the other duels, a duel of beast taming won't be just about one's own capability. One would have to possess sufficient resources in one's possession as well. It might be hard for him to advance to the top 8. Contrary to Zhao Feiwu and the group's sympathetic expression, the other master teachers, ignorant of Zhang Xian's astounding feats, had a grave expression on their faces. Beast taming is an expensive occupation which demands one to have sufficient treasures in one's possession. Otherwise, if one couldn't even attract the spirit beast's attention, how could one possibly induce loyalty in the latter? The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was clearly much poorer than the Zijin sect. In terms of beast taming, the latter was in an advantageous position. Look, the both of them have summoned their tamed beasts over. Amidst discussions from the crowd, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew in the air above them. 2 gigantic spirit beasts flew over and landed on the stage. They were Demon Sink Beast and Wei Changqing's tamed beast. Zhang Xian glanced over. The other party's tamed beast was a gigantic Barreline spirit beast. It was at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan primary stage, far weaker than Demon Sink Beast. This is your tamed beast? Wei Changqing had thought that the other party's tamed beast would be around the same cultivation realm as his, and he was confident in winning significant loyalty from it. Who knew that the other party's tamed beast would turn out to be so powerful? Wei Changqing's face immediately collapsed, and tears brimmed in his eyes. It would be amazing if a normal Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle expert could tame a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Spirit Beast. And yet, you actually tamed a consonant spirit realm fellow? How in the world did you do it? Feel free to go first. I'm in no hurry. Zhang Xian gestured. After which, he turned to Demon Sink Beast and said, Wei Shi over here hopes to tame you, so do cooperate with him. Roar? Demon Sink Beast was stunned for a moment. It twisted its gigantic head to the young man not too far away, and in an instant the young man felt a huge pressure on his soul. It was as if his soul was placed into a furnace which would burn him into cinders. Feeling the immense pressure on him, Wei Changqing's mouth twitched. His body couldn't help but shudder, and he nearly spurted blood. If I can't even get near to it, how in the world can I tame it? Flicking his wrist, Wei Changqing took out a jade bottle and said, Brother Demon Sink, this is the blood essence of a Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Spirit Beast that I prepared for you. May I know if you would be interested in it? Prying the jade bottle open, a dense concentration of spiritual energy immediately surged into the surrounding. Blood essence of a Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Spirit Beast. What a generous offer. Indeed. This single bottle is probably worth a minimum of a dozen middle-tier spirit stones. You're giving a very conservative estimate. Chances are it would be much higher than that. There's no spirit beast who wouldn't be tempted by that. Zhang Shi is really in trouble this time round. Seems like Wei Changqing came prepared. Seeing the generous offer, a huge commotion broke out below. The blood essence of a stronger spirit beast posed irresistible attraction to a weaker spirit beast. There were countless spirit beasts who would submit before such a treasure. It was no wonder Wei Changqing dared to challenge Zhang Shi to such a duel. It seemed like he came prepared. If Zhang Shi couldn't offer anything more valuable than that, he would surely lose this match. Roar! Seeing the transcendent mortal 5-Dan spirit beast's blood essence, Demon Sink Beast's eyes lit up. It immediately lifted its thick claws and snatched the jade bottle over. Ah? Not expecting the other party to simply snatch the blood essence over, Wei Changqing panicked. There's no need to hurry. As long as you promise to become my friend, I'll give it to you. Why you? What are you doing? The heck? He thought that he would surely win the other party's goodwill with the spirit beast's blood essence in hand. Who knew that before a shadow would come crashing down on him before he was done speaking? Before he realized it, he was already beneath the other party's claws. You, return my spirit beast's blood essence. Wei Changqing roared furiously, but before he was done with his words, he felt the force of the claw pressing down on him intensifying. Put on! An indentation appeared on the stage, and Wei Changqing was pushed into the ground. Wei Changqing was on the verge of tears. No matter what, he was a 4-star master teacher, as well as a respected beast tamer. To be smashed into the ground by a spirit beast. The stifled feeling in his heart left him extremely frustrated and frenzied. Listen to me. As long as you let me go, I have better things to offer you. Pooh! But just like before, the pressure pushing down on him was hiked up yet another notch before he was done speaking. Snap! His ribcage creaked, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. In the next instant, he suddenly felt an ache on his finger. His storage ring had been taken away by the gigantic spirit beast on top of him. You! Wei Changqing was about to go insane. No matter what, you're a consonant spirit realm spirit beast, and you already possess some degree of intelligence. Shouldn't you try to uphold your dignity rather than snatch whatever you want as though a willful child? While he was spewing blood, he heard the demon sink beast above him howl. Following which, with a tinge of peculiarity, Zhang Shi's voice sounded. My demon sink beast says that, as long as you submit to it and become its tamed human, it will return your storage ring to you. Submit? Tamed human? Pooh! Wei Changqing's vision went dark. Big brother, I'm here to tame your spirit beast, not to have your spirit beast tame me. Chapter 595, What are you feigning death for? Back on Coke's Ridge, the demon sink beast had been a bandit of the region. Even the Alliance head residents and the Beast Hall were unable to do anything about it. Those who dared challenge it were either killed or pummeled and thrown to some remote corner of the world. Yet, this fellow actually dared to try and tame it. He could be considered lucky to have survived until now. Roar! Waving the spirit beast's blood essence and storage ring with its claws, Demon Sink Beast roared once more. Cough, cough! Zhang Xian coughed before translating sheepishly. It wants you to drink the spirit beast's blood essence. As Demon Sink Beast was his tamed beast, he could communicate with it directly through his soul even if he didn't comprehend beast language. It wasn't too difficult for him to understand such simple expressions of the other party. Drinking the blood essence of a spirit beast. Wei Changqing burst into tears. Spirit beast's blood essence was only effective against spirit beasts. If a human were to drink it, not only would it be ineffective, he might even find scales or hair growing all over him, as though a monster. Or in the worst-case scenario, it might even spell death. After all, not everyone possessed Heaven's Path Xinqi to neutralize the violent energy contained within the blood essence. Roar! Seeing no movements from the person under it, Demon Sink Beast roared once more as it opened the jade bottle and tried to stuff it in the other party's mouth. Zhang Shi, save me! I won't try to tame it anymore. Wei Changqing's face immediately paled in fright, and his soul nearly drifted out of his body. Judging from the other party's vigorous actions, it seemed as though the demon sink beast wanted him to eat the jade bottle on top of the spirit beast's blood essence. If he didn't beg for mercy now, he would be dead soon. What the heck is this? He confidently declared that he would tame the other party's spirit beast, but this huge fellow simply refused to follow conventions. There was no spirit beast, even tamed ones, who could resist the allure of consonant spirit realm's spirit beast's blood essence. Upon sight, they would immediately fawn on him in hopes of obtaining it. Yet this huge fellow thought of it as trash, and even tried to feed it to him. Will you be glad only after I'm dead? To think that a 4-star beast tamer would end up crushed under a spirit beast and be tamed by the latter instead. What in the world was this? Seeing that Wei Changqing would really die if this were to go on, Zhang Xian reprimanded. All right, Demon Sink, that's enough. Roar! With a disappointed look, Demon Sink lifted its claws and walked over to the side of the stage. As for the storage ring and the jade bottle of spirit beast blood essence, it didn't seem like it had any intentions of returning them. You must be jesting, these are my spoils of war. You want me to return them? Dream on. Cough, cough. Spewing another 2 mouthfuls of blood, Wei Changqing struggled to his feet with a ghastly white face. He hadn't even begun his taming when he was already left on the verge of death by a spirit beast. If word were to get out, he would be too ashamed to call himself a beast tamer. He would simply be mocked. He hesitantly turned around to look at Demon Sink Beast, hoping to get back his storage ring and spirit beast's blood essence, only to meet the latter's glare instead. A shiver went down his spine. How could he possibly get back his stuff like that? The other party's glare seemed to be saying, "It is already out of utmost benevolence on my part that you're still breathing now." Tears streamed down Wei Changqing's face. I am here to find prestige. Why does it seem like I'm only embarrassing myself here? It seems like you didn't obtain the slightest loyalty from my tamed beast. Is there any point pushing on with the duel? Zhang Xian asked. The winner of the duel would be the one who managed to induce a higher loyalty level from the other party's tamed beast. Since Wei Changqing didn't obtain the slightest shred of loyalty from Demon Sink Beast, he was already fated to lose. There wasn't any point in continuing with it. Of course we should go on. Beast taming hinges on luck. You might not fare any better than me. If you were to fail as well, it could end in a draw. Wei Changqing gritted his teeth as he spoke. There wasn't much time left. Even though he wasn't able to tame Demon Sink Beast, the other party might not be able to win the loyalty of the Beryline Spirit Beast. It might just end in a draw. At the very least, he would be able to retain some of his dignity this way. Are you certain? Zhang Xian asked the other party with a peculiar expression. Of course. Seeing the Zhang Xian's expression, Wei Changqing thought that the other party was unconfident. Regaining his confidence, he sneered coldly, placed his hands behind his back, and turned to his tamed beast. Beryline Spirit Beast, Zhang Shi over here will be trying to tame you. As long as you stand your ground and get back at him for me, I'll give you whatever you want when we return home. I can even find a suitable ancient bloodline to induce a bloodline evolution for you. Roar! Hearing its owner's promise, Beryline Spirit Beast's large eyes gleamed in determination as it hurriedly nodded its head. Shameless! How can one be so shameless? Indeed. Zhang Shi told Demon Sink Beast to cooperate with him, and yet he actually told his tamed beast to not give in no matter what happens. How is Zhang Shi supposed to tame the Beryline Spirit Beast like that? That is cheating. This is supposed to be a fair duel, and yet he gave his tamed beast such orders. Does he have no dignity? Hearing Wei Changqing's words, a huge uproar broke out amidst the crowd below. Zhang Shi had told Demon Sink Beast to cooperate with you. You were the one who lacked the capability to do so and ended up being beaten up instead. And now that it is the other party's turn, you actually gave such orders to your tamed beast, even offering a huge incentive for it. Do you have any pride? Since this is a duel of beast taming, the conditions should at least be fair. What happened to the magnanimity a master teacher should possess? Embarrassing.
How embarrassing!
The various elders of the Zijin sect clasped their faces. They didn't expect a genius of their sect to resort to such underhanded tricks.
What is this?
With this, even if they were to win the Master Teacher tournament, they would be too ashamed to face anyone.
I'll be starting then.
Seeing that the other party hadn't given up yet, Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile before turning to look at Barreline's spirit beast.
Roar!
Roaring furiously, Barreline's spirit beast, like Demon Sink Beast, tried to crush Zhang Xian under its claws. It had seen how its master had suffered under Demon Sink Beast, and it intended to get back at Zhang Shi for this. However, it only possessed the cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan primary stage. It couldn't pose any threat to Zhang Xian at all. With a sidestep, Zhang Xian dodged the attack and retaliated with a slap.
Pa!
A resounding slap struck Barreline's spirit beast's giant face. Before that giant fellow could react, it was already twirling in the air before being face-planted into the ground, leaving behind two gigantic, twitching feet exposed. Zhang Xian possessed the strength that rivaled even a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage expert, a might exceeding 2 million ding. Even a spirit realm low-tier weapon would shatter before such immense might. If not for him holding back, Barreline's spirit beast would already be crippled at this point. Not to mention, the other party's movement was too fast for it to even perceive, let alone retaliate. Barreline's spirit beast stood no chance against Zhang Xian from the very start.
What? With a single slap, he actually face-planted a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan spirit beast. How much strength does it take to achieve such a feat?
Everyone was flabbergasted. Spirit beasts were blessed with superior physiques. With their powerful might and formidable defense, human cultivators of the same cultivation realm were hardly a match for them. In other words, this Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan primary stage Barreline spirit beast would be matched for even a Transcendent Mortal advanced stage cultivator. Yet, it was actually face-planted helplessly into the ground with a single slap. What kind of monstrous strength did Zhang Shi possess? Isn't that a little, way too fearsome? Below the stage, the lips of Wu Tianhao, who had been recovered from the building and was currently spectating the duel, twitched in fright. He thought that it was only a stroke of fortune that the other party managed to throw him off the stage. If he had been a bit more careful, he would not have lost. But at this moment, he realized that it was a stroke of fortune that he was only thrown into the sky. If the other party had directed that slap at him then, his head might not have been attached to his neck right now.
You said that he's weak in physical duels?
Wu Tianhao glanced at his friend.
I'll sever my friendship with you.
Wu Tianhao's friend.
Wait a moment. While Zhang Shi does have the upper hand in a physical duel, if he continues to beat Barreline's spirit beast up like that, how can he win the other party's loyalty? That's right. If Zhang Shi fails to induce the slightest bit of loyalty in Barreline's spirit beast, won't the duel end in a draw? Damn it, Zhang Shi should have been the winner. Once a draw occurs, things will get troublesome.
After recovering from the shock, everyone came to a realization. In a conventional beast-taming process, one would take out alluring treasures that a spirit beast couldn't reject to win its goodwill. On the contrary, beating up a spirit beast would only result in an irreconcilable grudge with it. As a 4-star beast tamer, Zhang Shi should have aware of this. Why did he lay his hands on Barreline's spirit beast then? Not to mention, his blow was exceptionally heavy. Such actions would only incur the resentment of Barreline's spirit beast. Not only would he not win the loyalty level of it, he would even be hated.
Haha, let's see what are you going to do now.
Not expecting Zhang Xian to be so reckless as to lay his hands on Barreline's spirit beast, Wei Changqing nearly burst into laughter. He had spent 2 entire years offering all kinds of treasures for the other party to choose, even hunting and sleeping with it before he managed to tame it. Yet, this fellow actually sent such a heavy slap to it. Given Barreline's spirit beast's proud nature, it would be a huge blessing if it didn't charge up to tear him apart. To achieve a positive loyalty level under such a situation? Impossible. Even though he failed to obtain the loyalty of Demon Sink Beast, the other party also failed with Barreline's spirit beast. If so, it would be a draw. In fact, in terms of goodwill, he might even be said to be the winner. Dang! Just as Wei Changqing was trembling with delight, a tong sounded and incense's time was up. An incense's time was only a rough gauge for the duration of a match, but even so, it meant that the competitors should start wrapping up to determine the winner. Zhang Xian didn't have any time to resort to any tricks anymore. It could be said that Wei Changqing was in a safe position already. Humph! Didn't you all say that I should admit my defeat, and that I would surely lose? Look, I've managed to achieve a draw with even the strongest contender of the tournament. Let's see what else can you say. The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. Turning to the young man before him, he spoke proudly. Zhang Shi, since you failed to tame Barreline's spirit beast and I failed to tame Demon Sink beast, why don't we call it a draw? A draw? Indeed. In fact, given how you laid your hands on Barreline's spirit beast and incurred its resentment, it can be said that you've already lost in terms of goodwill. Wei Changqing said. You all spoke of magnanimity? Here it is. It should have been clearly Zhang Shi's loss, but I allowed him to go off with a draw. Resentment? Just as Wei Changqing was still immersed in his delight, the young man before him shook his head and kicked the gigantic legs twitching above the ground. What are you feigning death for? Hurry up and acknowledge your new master! Walla! Roar! Following which, Barreline's spirit beast hurriedly plucked itself out of the ground, rushed to Zhang Shi excitedly, and knelt down. It cuddled up to Zhang Shi with its head, as though a cute pug fawning over its master. What? Wei Changqing's body stiffened, and his eyes nearly fell to the ground. How could this be? Didn't the other party just beat it up? Why was it acknowledging the other party as its master now? Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on? Chapter 596. Sword Duel. Wei Changqing found himself standing on the brink of insanity. It was just a moment ago that he offered such a huge incentive to Barreline's spirit beast for it to resist the other party's taming. And yet, in the blink of an eye, it had already betrayed him. Isn't there a mistake somewhere? If the other party had offered something beyond him, such as a higher-tier spirit beast blood essence, Wei Changqing would have conceded. But what the other party offered was a resounding slap instead. Where did the pride you had when I tamed you go? Do you have any dignity? Barreline spirit beast, what are you doing? Have you already forgotten that you're my spirit beast? Blood rushed to Wei Changqing's head as his face reddened in rage. Roaring loudly, he stomped forward. As my spirit beast, how can you kneel and fawn over another? If even this could be tolerated, there would be nothing in the world that couldn't be tolerated. Who? But before he could get close, a gigantic claw suddenly appeared before his eyes. Pun! Kicked squarely in his chest, Wei Changqing was sent flying backward, and blood spurted wildly from his mouth. You! Wei Changqing was frenzied. The one who struck him wasn't anyone else but his own tamed beast. To think that he would be kicked by his own tamed beast while giving it a piece of his mind. It seemed like the latter had really betrayed him. I spent 2 years to tame you, and the money I spent on you is sufficient to build even a castle. And yet, just the thought of it caused another mouthful of blood to spurt from Wei Changqing's mouth. Big brother, isn't this going a little too far? Zhang Shi managed to tame Barreline's spirit beast. Furthermore, with just a single slap. While Wei Changqing was busy spewing blood, the crowd spectating the commotion also felt as though their heads were bursting apart. The sight before them was simply too inconceivable for them to accept. Was this a supernatural encounter, a paranormal sight, or an occult occurrence? With just a single slap, Zhang Shi actually managed to tame Barreline's spirit beast to the point that it didn't even recognize its own master anymore, even kicking the latter away. Why did it sound so fantastical? So this is Zhang Shi's beast pummeling taming method? Pavilion Master Kang Su Shi and the others found their lips twitching uncontrollably. When they heard of it from Zhao Ye, they took it with a tinge of skepticism. After all, the very notion of it was simply too ridiculous. But upon seeing it, they realized that it was even more ridiculous and fearsome than what they had imagined. To make a spirit beast betray its master and become subservient to one with a single slap. How in the world does this work?
How humiliating!
The various elders from Zijin's sect grasped their faces once more.
Cough, cough, you don't need to kowtow anymore. I'll take you in as my tame beast.
After Berline's spirit beast kicked Wei Changqing away, it started kowtowing profusely, in fear of being rejected.
Roar!
Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Berline's spirit beast stood up, walked over to the edge of the stage, and stood beside Demon Sink Beast as though an underling. Indescribable excitement glowed in its eyes. With a proud gaze, it glanced at Wei Changqing, whose face was trickling with blood. Wei Changqing clutched at his own chest, stifled. It was only at this moment that it suddenly struck him the reason why Zhang Shi kept asking him if he was certain. It wasn't that the other party was unconfident. The other party was just afraid that he would be humiliated too badly. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have clutched onto his pride and defied the words of his sect elders. He would have just admitted defeat obediently. Not only did he lose his storage ring and spirit beast blood essence, his soul-tamed beast even betrayed him. In just a single duel, he had lost all of his wealth. Just as he was thinking this, Zhang Shi's voice suddenly sounded.
Does this count as my victory?
If you still have any disagreements, we can go another round.
There's no need for it.
I admit defeat.
Wei Changqing's face paled in fright, and he hurriedly shook his head. Go another round? Just a single round could put me in such a tragic state. If I were to go another round, who knows whether I would be alive by the end of it or not? Seeing the other party admit his defeat, Zhang Xian smiled in satisfaction. Then, he turned to Demon Sink Beast and gestured.
Demon Sink, return his possessions to him.
Roar?
Demon Sink Beast's face was filled with indignation, but eventually it still returned the jade bottle and the storage ring.
This. Wei Changqing was taken aback.
Demon Sink Beast had stolen these from him in the midst of his beast taming, and after his shameful actions, there would be no one who would protest even if Zhang Shi were to take these things for his own. But to his surprise, Zhang Shi actually chose to have it returned to him. Demon Sink is lacking in propriety, so do pardon him for his actions. It isn't easy for you to accrue such wealth, so it is only right for me to return these to you.
Zhang Xian said impassively.
Zhang Shi.
Wei Changqing's eyes reddened. This is what a true master teacher should be like. To win, Wei Changqing had shown an unsporting attitude and resorted to many underhanded tricks. Despite this, the other party overlooked it and defeated him honestly. On top of that, the other party didn't fault him on his behavior either, going to the extent of even returning the confiscated goods. This magnanimity. He felt as though he was nothing more than a clown. Compared to the other party, his actions were truly laughable. From now onward, I shall be Zhang Shi's loyal follower. I'll make anyone who dares to talk bad about him apologize.
Clenching his fists tightly, Wei Changqing made a vow in his heart. Formidable master teachers had their own followers as well. These followers would help to build the master teacher's reputation and bring glory to his name. To become a great master teacher respected throughout this vast continent, followers were a necessity. Zhang Xian couldn't have expected that this casual whim of his would actually make this 4-star master teacher a follower of his. Wei Changqing's loss meant that Zhang Xian had successfully progressed to the next round. Soon, the other stages also came to a conclusion, and the top 8 candidates were out. Luo Xian and Liao Wuji, the 2 most popular contenders for the champion seat, were among the group. What that surprised Zhang Xian was that Song Chao was also among the group. It seemed like even though the latter seemed a little dull-witted before him, he still possessed incredible capabilities. With his help, Rohuan Gongzi was also within the group. However, the competition was extremely intense at this stage, and it would be difficult for him to progress any further than this. Hong Shi soon announced the pairings of the next match.
Alright, let's begin the round to determine the top 4. I'll announce the matches now. On stage A, Jun Rohuan of Myriad Kingdom Alliance will face Luo Xian of Fleeting Cloud Sect. On stage B, Bai Jiahai of Gazing River Sect will be facing Song Chao of Blue Frost Sect.
On stage D, Zhang Xian of Myriad Kingdom Alliance will be facing Liao Wuji of Frigid Gale Sect. Liao Wuji? Hearing the name of his opponent, Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had heard of this name before. It was the genius second to only Luo Xian on the list of contenders for the champion's seat. He didn't expect to meet him in the round to determine the top four. Zhang Shi, you must be careful of Liao Wuji. I've watched his previous matches, and all of them were physical duels. Furthermore, he won every single one of them with astounding might each time. Su Shi stepped forward and said, Take the last match where he fought against a candidate of White Helios sect for example. With just 3 slashes of his sword, his opponent was no longer able to raise his arm anymore and was forced to surrender. 3 slashes? In the entire tournament, the maximum number of moves he made with his sword was only 3 slashes. In fact, in the first round, he didn't even draw his sword. He was able to knock out his opponent with just the sheath itself. Su Shi said with a grim expression. Zhang Xian's previous matches coincided with Liao Wuji's, and as such, he hadn't really seen much of the other party's duels. Even though he's only at Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle, if my eyes fail me not, his true strength is comparable to even a half-consonant Spirit Realm Master Teacher. Su Shi said. Zhang Xian nodded in response. If what Su Shi said was true, Liao Wuji was indeed formidable. One must know that master teachers, with their keen eye of discernment and vast knowledge of cultivation in itself, are considered to be invincible within their power class. To be able to defeat a master teacher of higher cultivation realm is an incredible feat in itself. It's about to start. After discussing a moment longer, Zhang Xian saw the other party walking over to the stage, and thus, he began walking over without any hesitation as well. At this moment, the aura shrouding Liao Wuji seemed to have reached the peak. His very presence was reminiscent of the sharp edge of a sword. As soon as Zhang Xian stepped onto the stage, Liao Wuji immediately said, Zhang Shi, I challenge you to a sword duel. Sure. It just so happens that I've learned a new sword art recently, and I've yet to try it out. Zhang Xian smiled lightly. He didn't say those words out of humility. Those words were the absolute fact. Not only had he never used the sword art before, he had never even practiced it before. In other words, he had only emulated the sword art in his mind ever since learning it. As such, he wasn't sure about exactly how strong it would be. And this sword art was the enhanced version of Heaven's Path sword art that he tidied up on his way to the Glacier Plain Court. The Heaven's Path sword art, Heaven's Path spear art, and other Heaven's Path battle techniques started out as movements, but beyond that point, it was hinged mainly on conception. A difference in conception could result in vastly different results for the same set of movements. As such, master swordsmen were able to train through their thoughts. They didn't need to go through the physical motions with a sword in hand. To have not executed a sword art that one has learned and not know how powerful it is. Zhang Xian was probably the only one in the entire history of the world. Seeing the other party agree to it, Liao Wuji smiled. Then, he turned to Hong Shi and said, Hong Shi, I've a request that I'd like to make. Speak. Hong Shi nodded. I wish for a private duel with Zhang Shi. I hope that you can accede to my request. Liao Wuji said. You want a private duel? All right, I can agree to that. Hong Shi nodded. Given that Zhang Shi was a powerful adversary, the chances were that Liao Wuji would have to resort to his trump cards, and it was understandable why he wouldn't want his trump cards to be exposed in public. As such, his request was reasonable. In any case, everyone here was a master teacher, and there was no one who would be so shameless as to deny their own loss. Who? Hong Shi snapped his fingers, and a mist immediately rose in stage D, hiding it from the sight of others. Even a consonant spirit realm expert would be unable to peer through it. It's a pity that we'll miss out on such an exciting duel. Indeed. Liao Wuji possesses incredible aptitude in swordsmanship, while the depth to Zhang Shi's ability has yet to be uncovered. I thought that I could learn some things from their duel, but it turns out they will be conducting it in private. How frustrating. Then, Who of the two do you think would win? My bet is on Zhang Shi. There hasn't been an opponent in the tournament who could match him so far. Liao Shi might be powerful, but it is unlikely that he would be a match for him. I disagree with your view. Liao Shi's aptitude in swordsmanship could be said to be unmatched by any of his peers. It's like you didn't see the previous duels he had. There was no one who could withstand the immense might of his swordsmanship. Given how skilled Zhang Shi is in fist art, he must have devoted most of his time to it. There is a good chance that he might be lacking in his swordsmanship. The most anticipated duel ended up being a private one. Everyone couldn't help but find it a huge pity. Sure, I think their duel has already begun. Suddenly, someone amidst the crowd shouted. Following which, the guards and soldiers in the surroundings suddenly felt their swords in their hands shake, and an agitated metallic call sounded from their resonance. This is Call of the Myriad Swords, Roar of the Dragons. But which of the two of them has achieved Sword Heart Realm? Chapter 597, Imparting Sword Art. Call of the Myriad Swords, Roar of the Dragons. This phenomenon was a manifestation of Sword Heart Realm. Upon reaching such a level of mastery in swordsmanship, one's sword would be granted spirit, allowing one to wield it as though it was one's own limbs. To a master swordsman, this enhanced level of control could easily translate into a twofold increase in fighting prowess. Those who had achieved this realm were already qualified to establish their own sects and start their own lineage of swordsmanship. In fact, most of the current sect leaders and emperors in the world hadn't even reached such a level yet. Just which of the duo in the mist was the one who had reached this astounding level of mastery, causing the innumerable swords out here to bow down to him? And who was the one filling the entire stage with sword qi, leaving the crowd below with goosebumps? It must be Liao Wuji. Our two sects are stationed at the foot of the mountain beyond Myriad Kingdom City, and he has been practicing his swordsmanship by the waterfall every morning. The metallic echo of his sword reverberates through the entire valley, gushing up into the heavens. Back then, I realized that even if he hadn't reached Sword Heart Realm, he must at least be at Sword Intent Realm Pinnacle. Now that you spoke of it, I suddenly remember seeing the marks he left behind in his training once. Through the manifestation of sword qi, his swings could easily reach a distance of several zhang, 10 to 30 meters. That day, when I coincidentally walked by his training location, I realized that all of the marks on the ground are of equal depth. Most probably, only a person who has achieved Sword Heart Realm would be capable of such precise control. Well, Liao Wuji isn't called the unparalleled sword genius of the Frigid Gale sect for nothing, after all. Indeed, one who has achieved Sword Heart Realm is practically undefeatable among those of the same cultivation realm. Not to mention, Zhang Shi's cultivation is lower than the other party from the very start. I'm afraid the latter's chance at victory is extremely slim. I don't share your viewpoint. On the contrary, I think that Zhang Shi is the one who has reached Sword Heart Realm. It's not like you didn't see the miracles he has created in past few rounds. Sensing the manifestation of seemingly endless sword qi within the mist, grave looks appeared on the faces of the master teachers below the stage. Sword Heart Realm? Wu Tianhao's body trembled. His initial thought back then was to challenge Zhang Shi to a sword duel instead of a fist duel. He thought that given his mastery in swordsmanship, the duel would be a walk in the park for him. How could he have known that Zhang Shi would accept the fist duel? Thus, he thought that if he had another chance to challenge the other party, he would surely propose a sword duel straight away. But after sensing the clash of sword qi before him, he lost all of his confidence. Even if Zhang Shi wasn't the one who had comprehended Sword Heart Realm, given how he could rival such an expert, his swordsmanship couldn't possibly be poor. At the very least, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against a Sword Heart Realm expert. Can Zhang Shi win? Pavilion Master Kong and the others were worried. Don't worry, he'll surely win. Just that. Zhao Fei's eyebrows knitted together. Just that? Knowing that the second princess was close with Zhang Shi, the others immediately turned their attention to her. Without a doubt, Zhang Shi's swordsmanship has already reached Sword Heart Realm, Zhao Feiwu revealed. Back then, on Xianyuan Kingdom's Heaven's Altar, Zhang Shi has displayed the might of a sword heart realm expert. Standing atop the back of an aerial spirit beast then, Jin Songhai and her had seen everything clearly. Along with the rise in his cultivation, his level of comprehension in swordsmanship must have been deepened as well. She had no doubt that the person who had gotten into the sword heart realm within the mist was him. Even if that wasn't the case, she was confident that Zhang Shi's swordsmanship mastery was in no way lower than this.
Just that. He doesn't have any suitable weapons, Zhao Feiwu continued.
Zhang Shi had risen too quickly. Even though he managed to accrue sufficient spirit stones to fuel his cultivation, he hadn't been able to find a suitable weapon for himself. Back at Honghai City Formation Master Guild, he even had to borrow the weapons of others to inscribe a formation plate. While one's swordsmanship mastery was important in a sword duel, one's weapon also played a pivotal role. If one didn't have a decent weapon to rival the weapon of one's opponent, one would be immediately placed in a disadvantageous position.
How can this be?
Pavilion Master Kong and the others were stunned. With a teacher as formidable as Zhang Shi, they thought the one thing Zhang Shi wouldn't lack was cultivation resources. Who could have known that he wouldn't even have a spirit middle-tier sword? To fight against a formidable sword genius in a sword duel without a decent sword, how could he win? If only they had known in advance, they would have surely gotten one for him. Now that the duel had already begun, they couldn't interfere anymore.
It's too late to do anything. We can only have faith in Zhang Shi.
Zhao Feiwu shook her head. While the group was still worried for Zhang Shi, a voice suddenly sounded from the mist.
Han Shi, please release the formation. The battle has ended?
Everyone was stunned. If the formation was going to be released, did it mean that there was already a conclusion to the duel? But how much time had passed? Making a rough estimate, it seemed like it hadn't been even 2 minutes since the start. A victor was already decided in this short period of time? This was way too fast.
Who?
Amidst perplexed gazes, the mist slowly scattered, revealing 2 silhouettes. Zhang Shi and Liao Wuji were still standing at their original position before the duel, as though nothing had happened before. There wasn't the slightest wound or cut on their bodies either. It should have been a perilous sword duel, but on the surface, it seemed as though the fight hadn't even started.
So who won? I've no idea either, but where is Zhang Shi's sword? You're right. Isn't this a sword duel? Why isn't Zhang Shi wielding a sword? It can't be that Zhang Shi has admitted defeat?
The crowd quickly realized that, while there was a sharp sword in Liao Wuji's hand, Zhang Shi's hands were completely empty. It was impossible to tell whether he had put the sword back into his storage ring, or he didn't take anything out in the first place. It was impossible to discern who won or lost from this alone. Just as the crowd was speculating the situation,
I lost,
Liao Wuji declared suddenly. He shook his head and put his sword back into his storage ring.
Liao Shi lost? What happened?
A huge commotion immediately broke out after the shocking admit of defeat. What in the world did Zhang Shi do in that 2 minutes to make the sword genius Liao Wuji admit defeat so willingly?
Zhang Shi's swordsmanship has reached a profound level that is far beyond me.
Ignoring the shocked gazes from the crowd below, Liao Wuji stepped forward and clasped his fist.
I've reached Sword Heart Realm primary stage, but I find myself unable to progress any further than that. May I ask Zhang Shi to enlighten me as to how I should proceed from here onward?
He was the only one of the entire Frigid Gale sect to have reached Sword Heart Realm, and thus, he could only slowly progress through trial and error. But at this stage, he found himself completely clueless as to how he could further progress. Even though the person before him was even younger than him, his comprehension of swordsmanship was far beyond his own. If the other party could offer him some pointers, he would surely be able to climb to even higher heights.
You want my pointers?
Even though Zhang Xian didn't expect Liao Wuji to ask for his guidance so directly, he nodded his head impassively, and raised his hand.
Pass me your sword.
Yes. Liao Wuji's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. He immediately took out his sword and passed it to the other party. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian drew the sword, and a stifling cold gleam immediately reflected into the surroundings.
Zhang Shi is going to offer some pointers to Liao Wuji? That seems to be the case. But, if it's just offering pointers, why can't he use his own sword? After all, the sword has already acknowledged Liao Wuji to be his master. If the sword spirit were to resist Zhang Shi's control, he would be unable to fully display the might of his swordsmanship. Indeed, how bizarre.
A deep frown appeared on everyone's forehead after seeing Zhang Xian asking for Liao Wuji's sword. A spiriteur sword possessed spirit, and as long as the master it had recognized was still alive, it would be hard for anyone else to wield it. Since Zhang Shi was going to display his impart some pointers to the other party, why couldn't he use his own sword? Just as the crowd was perplexed as to what Zhang Shi was doing, the sword in the latter's hand suddenly released a crisp call.
Spirit Euphoria, the sword wants to acknowledge him as its master? He made Liao Shi's sword acknowledge him just by touching it?
Everyone was stunned. One must know that making a spiriteur weapon acknowledge one as its master was an extremely troublesome process. There were many people who would spend years wiping their sword daily, treating it with utmost care and concern, and had yet to succeed. On the other hand, Zhang Shi, with a single touch, actually induced spirit euphoria from Liao Shi's sword. Wasn't this way too unbelievable? Liao Wuji clearly didn't expect this either, and his eyes widened in shock. Back then, he had spent half a year of effort, during which he even nourished it for an entire month with his own blood, before successfully making the sword submit to him. Yet, the other party, with a single touch, won the loyalty of the sword. Was the gap between the both of them really this big? While he was overwhelmed with shock, Zhang Shi's impassive voice sounded.
Look carefully, I'll only show it to you once.
Thus, he quickly calmed himself down and focused his attention on the other party. The crowd below also fell silent. Everyone's eyes were widened, and they dared not blink in fear of missing out even the slightest detail. To defeat Liao Shi, who had comprehended the sword heart realm, they wanted to see how far Zhang Shi had progressed in the path of swordsmanship.
Who?
Amidst everyone's intense gazes, the sword in Zhang Xian's hand moved. The sword, which was emitting a stifling cold gleam a moment ago, seemed to have lost its glow and strength in Zhang Shi's hand. The blow seemed to carry no weight behind it at all. At the same time, it felt like a movement from the extension of his hand. There was no dissonance in that simple movement at all. Voila! The cut was made toward Liao Wuji. After shooting past him, it quickly retracted. Even though there was minimal force behind the movement, it was extremely fast, so there were many who failed to catch its full motion. Dang lang! Zhang Xian sheathed the sword, threw it back to the other party, and walked off the stage.
What a fast sword art! Is this Zhang Shi's comprehension of swordsmanship?
Everyone stared at one another in incomprehension. Even Liao Wuji himself was confused. While Zhang Shi's sword was fast, he could easily emulate that speed with his strength. In fact, he could go even faster than that. If this was all there was to it, there was nothing he could learn from this.
Who?
Amidst his confusion, a wind suddenly blew, and a hair from his forehead was lifted into the air before slowly floating down.
With his previous movement, he severed a strand of my hair?
Seeing the floating strand of hair, Liao Wuji's eyes narrowed. Given his lush hair, to sever a single hair precisely without cutting any other, the other party's control over his sword had reached an absurd level. As expected of Zhang Shi, fearsome, Zhang Shi severed a hair with his sword without Liao Shi noticing?
What kind of swordsmanship is that? How powerful must one's control of the sword be to achieve such a feat? I have no idea. But this is probably the very pinnacle of lower sword heart. Perhaps it might even be at the level of middle sword heart. Middle sword heart?
Everyone fell silent in shock. If they hadn't witnessed such a sight for themselves, they would have never believed that anyone in the world would be able to control their weapons so precisely.
Zhang Shi, I thank you for your pointer.
Liao Wuji clasped his fist respectfully. Zhang Xian, departing figure, suddenly stopped and asked,
Did you understand it? I understand. The reason why Zhang Shi severed a single hair is to tell me to refine my control over my sword.
Liao Wuji quickly stated his own understanding of the situation. But before he was done speaking, Zhang Shi shook his head. His back beneath the moonlight seemed to slump slightly in disappointment. "It seems like you didn't understand it." After which, he flicked his wrist lightly. "Who?" Another wind blew, and the hair instantaneously split into dozens of segments which danced in their surroundings. "It wasn't a single slash?" Liao Wuji's face immediately paled. Chapter 598 Duel of Knowledge Impartation. It was impossible for the wind generated from the movement of the other party's sleeve to sever the air. There was only one possibility to the current situation. Zhang Shi's previous movement wasn't just a single cut. It was dozens of cuts. However, these cuts didn't sever the strand of hair entirely, making it seem as though it was still whole. It was only under the tug of the light breeze that they came to the limit of their durability and broke into dozens of segments. Glancing downward to look at the floating segments of the strand of hair, he realized that each segment was of equal length, and the point of severance was smooth. Even slicing a strand of hair with a sword was extremely difficult even for a Sword Heart Realm expert. To consecutively cut a strand of hair dozens of times without severing it. How insane must one's level of control be? Liao Wuji's body trembled uncontrollably. No words could express his emotions at this moment. He thought that he had understood the other party's pointer, but from the start to the end, he was merely scratching at the surface. This wasn't just mere control anymore. Rather, his sword had become a part of his body and gained sensitivity. That was the only plausible reason as to why he could accurately gauge the depth of each cut so it could be split apart with a slight breeze instantaneously. Coming to a realization, he quickly lifted his head, only to realize that Zhang Shi had already left the stage. "I'll work hard so as to not let you down." Replaying the motion of Zhang Xian's sword in his head, Liao Shi realized that this was a huge opportunity for him. Clenching his fists tightly, he walked down the stage and returned back to his group. In an instant, numerous elders of the Frigid Gale sect immediately surrounded him. "How did you lose just now? He didn't seem to be holding a sword just now. What did he use to defeat you?" The group was still bewildered by the happenings before. Zhang Shi didn't seem to have even taken out his sword at all. But if that was the case, why did Liao Wuji admit defeat? "What did he use to defeat me?" Remembering the sight from before, Liao Wuji smiled bitterly before saying, "A finger." "A finger?" Everyone was dumbstruck. Luck no longer played as heavy a role in the battle for the top four. Song Chao and Rohuan Gongzi were forced to stop at this point. Other than Zhang Xian, the other three who managed to qualify for the next round were all 4-star Pinnacle Master Teacher, Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle experts. As if trying to not let the expectations of the crowd down, they were all the most popular contenders for the champion seat as well. This was especially so for Luo Xian. In the fight against Rohuan Gongzi, he had achieved a near-perfect victory. While it was regrettable that Rohuan Gongzi had to stop here, he was already content. If not for Zhang Shi, he might have been eliminated in the selection round. How else could he have possibly gotten into the top 8, and gained the opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? For the next round, Luo Xian of Fleeting Cloud Sect will be fighting against Bai Jiahai of Gazing River Sect, and Huang Xing of Cascading Sand Sect will be fighting against Zhang Xian of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Huang Shi revealed the matching for the round. Huang Xing of Cascading Sand Sect? The fellow who is placed fourth on the list of potential contenders for champion. Zhang Xian glanced at the young man on the stage. Placed in the 4th rank, this fellow was in no way inferior to Liao Wuji, be it his strength or his cultivation. On Zhang Shi, be careful. Even though the dueling format Huang Xing proposed in each match has been different, he still won every one of them with ease. His true capability is fearsome. In fact, I'm even thinking that he might have hidden his true strength. Pavilion Master Kong said with a grim expression. He had been paying attention to Huang Zheng's duels, and even though the latter had chosen different dueling formats for each round, he was still able to triumph over his opponent easily. The latter's capability seemed to be greater than what he had predicted. In fact, the latter didn't seem to lose out to Luo Xian at all.
It matters not who he is. Having to face Zhang Shi, he should be the one who's worried.
Zhao Feiwu smiled. You're right. Pavilion Master Kong laughed awkwardly. He had been worried that Zhang Shi would be unable to survive the full tournament due to his lacking cultivation, but after the duels with Wu Tianhao and Liao Wuji, such a thought had vanished completely from his mind. Zhang Shi was just like an invincible god of war. Those who faced him in battle would meet tragic ends that would totally shatter their confidence. While Huang Jing had shown spectacular results in his previous matches, that was only because his opponents were someone else. Against Zhang Shi, it was unlikely he would fare any better than the others. Seeing the group's confidence in him, Zhang Xian smiled bitterly before walking up to the stage. Huang Jing was already on the stage at this point. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, he clasped his fist and greeted. Zhang Shi! Huang Shi! Zhang Xian also returned the gesture. I wish to challenge Zhang Shi to a match of knowledge impartation, Huang Jing said impassively. Knowledge impartation? The rules are simple. 100 people will be randomly chosen from the square, and will conduct our lectures simultaneously. Impartation of Heaven's will is banned in the duel. At the end of the lecture, whoever manages to awe more people to acknowledge him as their teacher will be the victor. Huang Jing revealed the rules. Even the same dueling format could have different types of rules. But of course, if one were to find it unfair, they were allowed to reject it. I'll accept your challenge. Zhang Xian nodded. Knowledge impartation? An impartation of Heaven's will is banned? Isn't this a little too much? Indeed. Impartation of Heaven's will is a symbol of Master Teacher's power, as well as their greatest strength. How could a match of knowledge impartation do without it? Huang Shi surely has it planned out well. Based on the previous experiences, it would be difficult to win against Zhang Shi in any type of dueling format. However, knowledge impartation is different. Sometimes, no matter how good a teacher's lecture is, if a student simply doesn't like it, he wouldn't benefit much from it. As such, luck plays a significant role in this challenge as well. On top of that, impartation of Heaven's will is banned in the challenge as well. It's hard to tell who will win. Indeed. Hearing the content of the competition, discussions broke out amidst the crowd. Knowledge impartation didn't hinge solely on the reputation and capability of the teacher only. There were many other factors in play as well. It was just like how even the most perfect of beings couldn't possibly win the amity of everyone. Human emotions are fickle, and this would be the greatest variable of them all. Zhang Shi might be able to win with absolute certainty in other types of duel, but it would be hard to say for sure. As expected of one of the most popular contender for the champion's seat, Huang Jing was able to come up with a countermeasure swiftly and propose a dueling format that was the most advantageous to him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't stand a chance at all. The rules were simple, and since both sides had no objections, they started making preparations for the duel. Soon, 100 people were seated on the stage. Some were the guards from Myriad Kingdom Alliance while some were just ordinary spectators. Having been chosen to listen to the lectures of two great master teachers, the eyes of the 100 people glowed in excitement. This was a godsend for them. It was not every day that one got to listen to the lecture of two genius 4-star master teachers. The cultivation realm of the group ranges over a wide spectrum, so why don't we just talk about some of the more fundamental knowledge behind cultivation instead? Otherwise, if we were to decipher a specific cultivation realm instead, those with lower cultivation realm would not understand, and those with higher cultivation realm would find it pointless. Huang Jing said. The cultivation realms of the 100 people chosen ranged from Fighter 1 Dan to Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan. If they were to lecture on the cultivation of Transcendent Mortals, those still in the Fighter realm wouldn't understand. On the other hand, if they were to decipher the cultivation of Fighters, the ones who had transcended that realm would simply yawn in boredom. Only fundamental knowledge applicable to cultivation in general could pique all of their interests simultaneously. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. He was fine with this decision. He might be lacking in other topics, but in terms of fundamentals in cultivation, even Kong Shi might not necessarily be able to speak better than him if he were here. The fundamentals compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path was completely devoid of flaws, and this was one feat that no master teacher could possibly achieve. All right. The both of us will use telepathy to relay our lecture to the group, and they'll be allowed to listen to the lecture of whoever they prefer. The time limit is an incensus time, and whoever wins the acknowledgement of members of the group after the time is up will be the winner. Huang Jing explained the content of the duel before waving his hands. Let's begin then. On. You go first. Zhang Xian gestured patiently with a smile. I won't stand on ceremony then. A glint flashed across Huang Jing's eyes, and he began on his lecture. As he used telepathy to relay the content of his lecture, there was no one beneath the stage who could hear anything. After listening to the other party's lecture for a while, Zhang Xian felt that the other party's deciphering of the fundamentals wasn't too bad and nodded his head in commendation. Only then did he step forward and begin as well. The duel has begun. But given that the both of them are lecturing simultaneously, how does the listening group decide on whom they should listen to? Simple, they'll just listen to the lecture which content attracts and benefits them. You're right. Although most cultivators are incapable of multitasking, it isn't too difficult for them to filter off the words of one side. Seeing that the duel had begun, discussions immediately sounded from the crowd. Who do you think will win this match? It's hard to say, but my bet is on Zhang Shi again. If impartation of heaven's will was allowed, Zhang Shi surely wouldn't have any problem. But given the rules, it'll have to depend on whose fundamental knowledge of fundamental is stronger. Considering the larger collection of profound books in the Cascading Sand sect, Huang Jing seems to be in a far better position. There was no one below who wasn't curious about how this would turn out. Since they were unable to listen to the content of the lecture, they focused their attention on the group on the stage in hopes of being able to discern something. But it was a pity that their hopes fell flat. The group listening to the lecture seemed to have been hypnotized. They were indeed listening attentively with a look drunk in pleasure, but it was impossible to tell whether the cause of it was Zhang Shi's lecture or Huang Shi's lecture. Just as everyone was curious to see the results of the duel, someone amidst the crowd suddenly shouted, Luo Xian and Bai Jianghai's duel has ended. The crowd immediately turned their sights to the other stage and saw that the duel had come to an end. Bai Jianghai's eyebrows were arched upward. He was carrying a disposition reminiscent of a majestic dragon, unassailable by any. On the other hand, Luo Xian, the most popular contender for the champion's seat, was standing opposite to him. He was shaking his head with slightly disappointed expression. What happened? Who won? Seeing this sight, everyone was taken aback. Bai Jianghai came from humble origins, and he wasn't even among the top 10 contenders for the champion's seat. As such, everyone thought that he would surely end in defeat against Luo Xian. But why does the scene tell a different story instead? Luo Shi lost, a master teacher who was spectating the duel said. His voice was tinged in disbelief, as though he found his own words hard to believe as well. Luo Shi is the strongest contender for the champion's seat. How could he possibly lose? There were many among the crowd who found this conclusion inconceivable. The both of them competed in a duel of cultivation. The both of them are equals, or rather, Luo Shi was in a slightly more advantageous position. Logically speaking, he should have been able to win. Who could have thought that, with a stroke of good luck, Bai Shi managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of the duel, reaching consonant spirit realm? That master teacher smiled bitterly. Achieve a breakthrough? Consonant spirit realm? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 599. Give me a moment, I'll go make some breakthroughs first. Consonant spirit realm was the first difficult hurdle of the 9 dawn of transcendent mortal. There were innumerable cultivators who found their footsteps stopping altogether at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. This hurdle required one's soul to be perfectly harmonized with one's physical body. This balance was difficult to achieve even if one were to focus all of one's effort into it. To do so in the midst of a battle. Wasn't this Bai Shi a little, no, way too lucky? That was a realm that innumerable cultivators dream of. To actually succeed in such an unlikely situation. It isn't surprising that Luo Shi would lose under such circumstances.
After all, that is consonant spirit realm. While luck did play a role in Bai Shi's sudden breakthrough, the previous hard work he put into his cultivation and his guts were also crucial to creating this miracle. It seems like Bai Shi is the true dark horse of this tournament. He has remained humble all along, but at a crucial moment, he still managed to turn the tables around. Impressive! After finding out what happened during the duel, everyone was impressed. Facing an equal in a duel was already a difficult feat in itself. To actually attempt a breakthrough at this moment, how much guts must it take for this? Putting aside how powerful Bai Shi was before, just his mental fortitude in itself was already extraordinary. Even though Luo Xian lost, considering his opponent, there was nothing for him to regret. Now the result of this match is out. Let's see whether Zhang Shi or Bai Shi will win in that duel. Since one match of the semifinals was over, everyone turned their attention back to the other stage. They were curious to see which of the two geniuses would clash over the champion throne. They have stopped the lecture. On. The time is up, so it's about time for them to wrap things up. Amidst mutters from the crowd, the 100 people seated cross-legged on the stage slowly opened their eyes, and an excited gleam flashed across each and every one of their eyes. It seemed like this incense's time lecture session had brought them immense benefits, resolving many problems they had faced in their cultivation. Who won? I still can't tell. We'll have to see who the 100 people on stage will choose to acknowledge. On. Knowing that the conclusion to the match was near, everyone's hearts beat anxiously. They quickly turned their glances over, curious to see who would emerge victorious. With the end of the lecture, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as well. Even though he was confident in his lecture, he had no way of telling how the 100 people would choose. After all, without impartation of heaven's will, the credibility of his words would be significantly lower. On top of that, they would also find it harder to comprehend some of the more profound and abstract concepts. I've already tried my best. I can only wait for the results now. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian decided not to think too much into it. Thus, he turned his sight to the crowd and said, "Everyone." Zhang Xian was just about to ask who was willing to acknowledge him as their teacher when a silhouette suddenly flashed across his eyes. A person had kneeled before him. "Zhang Shi, please take me in as your student. I'll surely study hard so as to not let you down." "Huang Shi, what are you doing?" Taking a closer look at the face of the kneeling person, Zhang Xian leaped in fright. It was no other than his opponent, Huang Jing. Even though the both of them were conducting their own lectures, they could still listen to the content of the other party's lecture. The content of Zhang Xian's lecture was incredibly profound, but he had managed to express it in a simplified form that anyone could easily comprehend. What? Right after the lecture, before the others could make their decision, Huang Shi has already tried to acknowledge Zhang Shi as his teacher? Can anyone tell me what is going on? To make a 4-star pinnacle master teacher kneel with just fundamental knowledge. Just what in the world was spoken in the lecture? Indeed! Furthermore, impartation of heaven's will wasn't used at all throughout the lecture. The crowd below flew into a frenzy. Based on Zhang Shi's previous feats, it was entirely possible for him to beguile Huang Shi into kneeling before him. But impartation of heaven's will was banned in the duel, and the content of the lecture was only fundamental knowledge of cultivation. For Huang Shi to kneel down just like that. What in the world happened? It was such an intense duel, but before the results were out, the other party had already kneeled down to acknowledge the other party as his teacher. No matter how composed the crowd was, they still felt as though their heads were about to be blown away from shock. Must everything be so exaggerated? Zhang Shi, we would also like to come under your tutelage. But that wasn't the end of it. Every single one of the 100 cultivators on stage quickly rushed forward and kneeled before Zhang Xian as well. Their eyes gleamed in earnest respect for the latter. All 100 of them chose Zhang Shi? In an instant, the entire square fell completely silent. If 2 master teachers of the equivalent ranks were to conduct a lecture simultaneously, the result would usually be around half on both sides. After all, knowledge impartation in itself was subjective, and one's choice could be easily influenced by one's own emotions. And yet,
all 100 cultivators actually chose to acknowledge Zhang Xian as their teacher. What in the world did he talk about to impress every last one of them? On top of that, he even captured the heart of a 4-star pinnacle master teacher in the midst of doing so. Even a 5-star master teacher wouldn't be capable of such a feat. Alright, you all should get up. Regardless of the final result, I'll conduct a lecture for everyone at the end of the tournament. Zhang Xian also didn't expect so many to acknowledge him at once, and he couldn't help but feel a headache. Yes. Hearing Zhang Shi agreeing to conduct a lecture, the group nodded their heads and took a step back. In this round, Zhang Shi is the victor. Seeing that everyone had finally calmed down, Hong Shi nodded his head and announced the result. Don't pull me, I must acknowledge Zhang Shi as my teacher. Just as Hong Shi was about to announce the final round, a scream of agony sounded. Shooting a glance over, his lips twitched uncontrollably. Huang Shi, who had walked onto the stage haughtily a moment ago, was kneeling earnestly before Zhang Shi, unwilling to back down at all. In the end, he had to be dragged away by his fellow peers in the sect, but even so, he still continued shouting as though a lunatic. Sigh, this fellow is a goner. Seeing this scene of madness, Hong Shi shook his head. As a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, it struck him even more vividly how profound Zhang Xian's comprehension of cultivation was, and as such, he also suffered the greatest side effect. Looking at the other party's state, it seemed like he would never compromise until Zhang Shi took him in as his student. There was not a single round that Zhang Shi didn't pass without breaking anything. He didn't even spare his fellow humans as well. Those who faced him were either severely injured or went insane. What the heck was this? It was as if shattering artifacts wasn't sufficient to satisfy him. He had to destroy every last shred of the confidence of his opponent as well. Alright, we'll rest for 10 minutes before the champion round. Zhang Shi will be facing Bai Shi. Ignoring the completely flabbergasted faces of the crowd below, and the convulsing Huang Jing, Hong Shi announced the results. Thus, Zhang Xian walked down from the stage. Zhang Shi, Bai Shi has managed to reach Consonant Spirit Realm in the midst of the round and defeated Luo Shi. As soon as Zhang Xian walked over, Pavilion Master Kong hurriedly pulled him to the side and explained the situation of the previous round to him. He managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of the duel and defeated Luo Shi? Zhang Xian was taken aback. This matter sounded bizarre even to him. Indeed. Even though there's only a thin wall between Consonant Spirit Realm Primary Stage and Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle, it is a whole new world on the other side. I fear that he will challenge you to a duel of cultivation. There's no doubt about it, he will surely do that. Pavilion Master Kong, Su Shi, and the others couldn't help but feel worried for Zhang Xian. Even though Zhang Shi was able to win against Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle Liao Wuji with his swordsmanship, it would still be difficult for him to face a true Consonant Spirit Realm expert. Consonant Spirit Realm represented a perfect harmony between a tempered soul and a body. Not only would one's strength increase by leaps and bounds, one's reaction speed and flexibility would be significantly enhanced as well. At this point, one could be said to have stepped into the gateway of becoming a true expert. It would be difficult to win against Zhang Shi in any other challenge, so Bai Shi would surely opt for a challenge that could utilize the advantage in his cultivation. After all, no matter how spectacular Zhang Shi's results were, he was only at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle. Regardless of how talented or astute his senses were, it was impossible for him to make up for the gap between two huge cultivation realms to defeat a Consonant Spirit Realm expert. No one had never done so, not even the geniuses in the long history of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. He will surely propose a cultivation duel to Zhang Shi. What should we do? We can reject the proposal, right? Reject? He can just pick another dueling format that is heavily dependent on one's cultivation realm. Everyone was anxious. Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but comment. Considering Zhang Shi's ability to challenge even those stronger than him, if he could make a breakthrough to Clarifying Turbidity Realm right now, he might still stand a chance. Despite being at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan Pinnacle, Zhang Shi was able to defeat Liao Wuji, who was at Clarifying Turbidity Realm pinnacle. If he could make the leap to Clarifying Turbidity Realm right now, he might still stand a chance. Make a breakthrough to Clarifying Turbidity Realm. That is easier said than done. Already half of the 10 minutes resting time is over. Do you really think Zhang Shi can make a breakthrough within 5 minutes? Hearing her word, a bitter smile surfaced on Pavilion Master Kang's face as he shook his head. Cultivating was similar to ascending a mountain. It was impossible to jump to the peak instantly. One could only progress slowly a step at a time. Zhang Shi had already made humongous progress in the past few months. How could he possibly just achieve a breakthrough within this 5 minutes? That's impossible. Aren't you pulling our legs? You're right. Zhao Feiwu shook her head as well. Just as she was about to rummage through her head for another solution, the young man beside her turned around and asked, "You're saying that as long as I can reach Clarifying Turbidity Realm, I'll stand a chance against him?" "That's right." Zhao Feiwu nodded her head. "All right then. Give me a moment, I'll go make some breakthroughs." Zhang Shi nodded. Flicking his wrist, a middle-tier spirit stone appeared in his palm, and he gripped onto it tightly with both of his hands. In an instant, it was as though someone had set his aura ablaze, and his cultivation began raising at a rapid pace. "Give you a moment? It can't be that Zhang Shi intends to achieve a breakthrough right now? What's so surprising about that? It's not like he has never achieved a breakthrough during crucial moments before." Hearing Zhang Shi's words, everyone was stunned. Did you need to be so over the top? Making a breakthrough as and when you like, do you really think that cultivating is that easy? But before everyone could recover from their shock, they heard a buzz. Zhang Shi seemed to have broken through some kind of barrier, and his aura rose swiftly. "Transcendent Mortal for Dan! Clarifying Turbidity Realm?" The mouths of Pavilion Master Kang and the others twitched. "We thought that you were just saying it on a whim, but you were actually serious about it." Feeling the disruption in the spiritual energy in the air, from a distance not too far away, Bai Jiahai turned his gaze over to look at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance group. He thought that he would be able to deal with Zhang Shi easily now that he had reached Consonant Spirit Realm. Who knew that the other party would actually make a breakthrough as well? "Zhang Shi, is there anything in the world that you can't do?" "No, I mustn't allow him to continue on like that. Otherwise, I'll surely lose the tournament." Gritting his teeth, Bai Jiahai dashed up to the stage, flung his sleeves, and declared, "Zhang Shi, surely we should have already rested enough already. Since everyone is waiting, why don't we just start now?" "Start now?" He must feel threatened by Zhang Shi's breakthrough. Indeed. Zhang Shi has just barely made a breakthrough and he hasn't had any time to reinforce his cultivation yet. Under such circumstances, he won't be able to utilize his full strength, and it seems like Bai Shi intends to exploit this opening. After all, once Zhang Shi succeeds in reinforcing his cultivation, things might get shaky for Bai Shi. Seeing Bai Jiahai proposing to resume the duel halfway through the break, the crowd frowned. Chapter 600 Finals 1. His fighting prowess would still be no different from a yin-yang realm pinnacle cultivator. Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Clarifying Turbidity Realm. Clarify refers to the soul whereas turbid refers to the body. Usually, right after the breakthrough, the clear and the turbid would still be intermixed together, as though a puddle of murky water. If Zhang Shi was given an hour's time for the turbid to settle, his fighting prowess would surely soar greatly. To fight right now. His fighting prowess would still be no different from a yin-yang realm pinnacle cultivator. Before the distinction between clear and turbid is drawn, one's body and soul would remain stuck together. In the worst-case scenario, Zhang Shi's fighting prowess might even dip due to this. But Bai Shi can't be blamed for this either. In the end, this is a tournament, and if I were in his shoes, I would have done the same as well. The champion seat of the Master Teacher Tournament has always been highly regarded. He couldn't possibly give up now that the crown is right before him. There was a significant proportion of the crowd who shook their heads upon seeing Bai Shi's actions. Master Teachers are humans as well, and there is no human in this world that is free of desires. This final duel concerned both prestige and an invaluable high-tier spirit stone. There is no one who could possibly allow this to slip past their fingers. As such, they were able to empathize with Bai Jiahai as well. Yin-Yang realm, the harmony of both Yin and Yang would complement and drive the growth of the other. Upon breaking through to clarifying turbidity realm, both Yin and Yang would amalgamate to form a puddle of murky water. Within an hour of conditioning, as the clear rose and the turbid sank, the distinction between the two would gradually become clearer, thus inducing a surge in one's fighting prowess. However, as Zhang Shi's opponent, how could Bai Shi possibly watch idly and allow him to do as he pleased? Unwilling to spare the slightest chance to his opponent, Bai Shi immediately called for the resumption of the duel. With this, Zhang Shi's breakthrough became the very factor dragging him down. Damn it, that cowardly lad! He is completely devoid of the magnanimity a master teacher should have. Pavilion Master Kang, Su Shi, and the others were leaping in anger. Don't worry. Seeing everyone worrying for him, Zhang Shi smiled, stood up, and proceeded to the stage. Zhang Shi possesses overwhelming talent that allows you to rival stronger opponents. Even Wu Shi and Liao Shi were defeated by you. I respect your strength, and I wish to challenge you in a cultivation duel. I hope that you won't turn me down. Bai Jiahai raised his hands grandly as he spoke. Come! Just as the others guessed, this fellow challenged him to a cultivation duel. Zhang Xian smiled lightly in response to those words. Han Long! Hearing Zhang Xian's affirmation, Bai Jiahai's eyebrows shot up, and he immediately dashed forward with a fist. He feared that something awry might happen if he were to drag the duel out, and thus, he went at Zhang Shi with his full strength right from the start. The might of a consonant spirit realm diffused from the immense might of his fist, as though the ripples from a rock falling into the surface of a body of water. Before the fist could even strike, one could already feel an immense pressure weighing down on one's soul. An ordinary clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle expert possessed 1,600,000 ding of strength, while a consonant spirit realm primary stage expert harnessed a might of 2 million ding. The fist felt as though a humongous mountain charging towards one. A huge gust of wind burst into the surroundings. Even though Zhang Xian's cultivation had risen immensely recently, he had never faced an expert of this caliber before. He felt his blood pumping rapidly through his body, and his meridians seemingly enlarged in anticipation of the battle that was about to come. Good! Laughing heartily, Zhang Xian dashed forward and faced that fist with one of his own. Heaven's Path Divine Fist! Pun! With the collision of both fists, Zhang Xian was forced 7 to 8 steps back. In order to examine the might of his physical body, Zhang Xian opted not to utilize the strength derived from his soul cultivation. As such, he suffered a setback in the very first blow. Nevertheless, with a slight smile on his face, he charged forward once more. Humph! Seeing the other party charging up to him despite his cultivation still being unstable from the previous breakthrough, Bai Jianghai's eyebrows shot up. Even though he didn't hurt the other party in the previous encounter, he got a clear glimpse of the other party's current strength around 1,200,000 ding. That was the level of a clarifying turbidity realm intermediate stage expert, but it was still a long way from rivaling his current might. Zhang Shi, you're indeed a formidable opponent. Your understanding of cultivation is indeed astounding. But, if this is all you've got, I'll be taking the champion seat then. With a huge gust of wind, Bai Shi opened his fist into a palm and thrust it forcefully in a downward trajectory at Zhang Xian. Han Long! A huge palm print appeared on the stage instantaneously. As though the claws of a ferocious tiger, it fell down onto Zhang Xian. It's Bai Shi's Great Reversal Adamantine Palm. This is a spirit middle-tier pinnacle battle technique. With this move, he is invincible even among those of the same cultivation realm. This is bad. To use his ultimate move at this start of the battle, he sure is vicious. Seeing the action on the stage, some exclaimed and some gasped in shock. Great Reversal Adamantine Palm was an extremely powerful fist art, and it was one of the battle techniques that Bai Jiahai specialized in. To use it so early into the battle, it seemed like he intended to end things swiftly. Oh? Let's see how powerful this move of yours is. Instead of dodging, Zhang Xian charged up and faced it with yet another fist of his own. Pun! As the fist and the palm collided, Zhang Xian's face reddened, and he was sent flying several meters away like a flying rubber ball before coming to a stop. It was a little force for him to catch an attack of a consonant spirit realm without tapping into his soul cultivation. That's not it. This doesn't seem to be Zhang Shi's true strength. While watching the duel on stage, amidst the crowd, Wu Tianhao frowned. In his previous duel with Zhang Shi, he was sent flying at the first encounter. While he knew that the other party did use his own momentum against him, the strength the other party displayed definitely didn't just number up to 1,200,000 ding. How could his strength plummet by so much after a breakthrough? Indeed. Even if Zhang Shi's strength is inferior to the other party, as long as he uses his sword art like he did in my duel, Bai Jiahai will surely be in for a hard time. Why? Is he not leveraging his strengths but facing his opponent with brute strength instead? Liao Wuji also frowned in confusion. Having exchanged blows with Zhang Shi, they understood how fearsome that young man's means and might were. Considering the unbelievable capability he had shown in the previous duel, why was he foolishly crossing fists with Bai Jianghai head-on at this moment? Pum. While they were perplexed over the matter, the duo on stage crossed blows several more times. Every single time, Zhang Shi would use his full might to face the other party, only to end up knocked back pathetically each time. At this time, Zhang Shi seemed no different from a brute who knew nothing but pure violence. Someone amidst the crowd suddenly shouted, "Wait! Is it just me or is Zhang Shi only using a single hand? I don't think he has used his other hand throughout the battle?" Hearing the shout, the crowd suddenly realized that Zhang Shi had indeed only been using his right hand throughout the battle. His left hand had been hanging idly by his body, as though it was injured. A clarifying turbidity realm cultivator facing a consonant spirit realm expert with a single hand. What's wrong with him? Could he be injured? No, that can't be it. He used that hand when he was demonstrating a sword art to Liao Shi just a moment ago. Could it be that he is handicapping himself? But he's already in a disadvantageous position, why would he do so? Everyone also realized that something was wrong, and bewilderment filled their faces. Only an expert would handicap himself when facing a weaker opponent. Zhang Shi was clearly the disadvantageous side, and yet, he was adamantly using only a single hand. Wait. It looks like a spirit stone. I think Zhang Shi is holding a spirit stone in his left hand. A sharp-eyed master teacher exclaimed. Holding a spirit stone? It can't be. He is trying to absorb spiritual energy while battling to achieve a breakthrough? Now that you say it, it does seem to be the case. But to cultivate in the midst of a battle. Am I dreaming? I think that's really the case. Taking a closer look now, Zhang Shi's aura does feel significantly stronger than before. Noticing the abnormality, the master teachers in the square stared at one another with sheer disbelief reflected in their eyes. Zhang Shi was actually grabbing a spirit stone in his motionless hand. This means that he had been absorbing spiritual energy non-stop over the course of the battle to reinforce and advance his cultivation. But how was that possible? Incredible. Incredible. Naturally, Pavilion Master Kong also noticed this abnormality. A thought surfaced in his mind, and in an instant, his heart suddenly quickened in agitation. In clarifying turbidity realm, the clearer the distinction between the clear and the turbid, the stronger one's cultivation becomes. But to do so would require a significant amount of time. Zhang Shi knows that he's short on time. The reason why he faced his Bai Shi's attack with brute force instead of skill is not because he's arrogant, but that he intends to use the might from the other party's blows to quicken the separation process and raise his cultivation. Forcefully quicken the separation process of clear and turbid? This. How in the world does he intend to do it? Su Shi and Ling Shi had been trapped in the clarifying turbidity realm for a long time now, but they were still unable to advance to pinnacle tier. Upon hearing that such a method actually existed, they widened their eyes as though they had seen a ghost. Bai Jianghai has also barely reached consonant spirit realm. Thus, his control over his soul and physical body is still incomplete. As a result, his attacks are tinged with both soul energy and jinqi. Zhang Shi is exploiting this by facing the other party's jinqi and soul with his own jinqi and soul respectively. Through this, he can forcefully jolt his body and soul apart. A combination of shock and admiration shrouded Pavilion Master Kang's face. If Zhang Shi was a puddle of murky water before, through tapping into the might of the other party's cultivation, he has already jolted the turbid and clear apart, reinforcing his cultivation. In fact, his cultivation is even rising swiftly at the moment. Making use of his opponent's attacks to jolt the turbid and clear apart to raise his cultivation? This is too exaggerated. Su Shi and the others widened their eyes in shock. The other master teachers who came to the same conclusion also had looks of disbelief on their faces. To exploit the opponent's flaws to raise one's cultivation in the midst of a battle. If Bai Jiahai were to realize it, he would surely be spurting blood at this moment. He had put his full might into his blows, only to be used by the other party as a whetstone. When I was watched Bai Shi achieve a breakthrough in his previous duel, I was impressed by his guts and mental fortitude. But after seeing Zhang Shi's performance, I realized that his achievement is really nothing much to brag about. Indeed. In the end, achievements are relative. Achieving a breakthrough on the spot against cultivating constantly in the midst of crossing blows, there's really no comparing the two. To use the might of one's opponent to temper oneself. The slightest mistake could possibly lead to tragic outcomes. Probably only Zhang Shi has the guts to do so. Since they were able to see through Zhang Shi's intentions, naturally, they also understood the dangers in his actions. When facing a stronger opponent, even if one were to face them with one's full strength, it would still be hard to stand one's ground. On the other hand, Zhang Shi was actually multitasking in the battle, cultivating constantly as he crossed blows with the other party. How brave and confident of his abilities must he be to actually employ such a tactic? Even though they were witnessing the sight personally, they still couldn't help but feel frenzied. It's fortunate that I lost in a single move. Otherwise, I would only have embarrassed myself more. Wu Tianhao smiled bitterly. Liao Wuji also nodded in agreement. The both of them did feel indignant losing to Zhang Shi, but after seeing this sight, they realized that their swift defeat was actually a blessing instead. To be cooperating as though a fool while your opponent uses you as a cultivation tool, could that be the pinnacle of humiliation? Soon, Bai Jiahai also came to a realization, and he roared furiously. Damn it, how dare you take me for a whetstone? Don't even dream about it. He thought that if he were to fight the other party before he reinforced his cultivation, the other party would surely panic, resulting in an easy victory for him. Who could have thought that he would end up being used as a whetstone instead? The immensely stifling frustration in his heart left him on the verge of going insane. Damn you! Bellowing angrily, his aura surged instantaneously, breaking through the bottleneck of Consonant Spirit Realm primary stage. Supreme Demented Demon Fist? This is bad. The face of an elder of Gazing River Sect darkened. Chapter 601 Finals 2 Supreme Demented Demon Fist was a secret art passed down within the lineage of the Gazing River Sect. It was never made known to outsiders, and once executed, one's strength would instantaneously rise by a small cultivation round for a short period of time. However, one's original cultivation would suffer a sharp fall afterward. It wasn't easy for Bai Jiahai to reach Consonant Spirit Realm. If his cultivation were to regress due to this duel, not only it be a pity for Bai Jiahai, it would be a huge loss to the Gazing River Sect as well. One must know that of the 28 powers in the surroundings, the number of Consonant Spirit Realm experts was truly limited. At the very least, it numbered below 100. Not to mention, there was only a total of 5 of them in Gazing River Sect. An additional one to the lineup could bolster their forces significantly, deterring their enemies while elevating their position. Besides, the other party was a top-notch genius who had broken innumerable records. If anything were to happen to him, how would their Gazing River Sect face the Master Teacher Pavilion? Insane! That fellow has gone insane! A pale-faced elder uttered hoarsely. Can we stop him? Another elder asked, but the only response he received was the shaking of heads from his peers. The rules of the Master-Teacher tournament prohibited anyone from interfering with an ongoing duel in view of fairness.
Zhang Shi will have to deal with this himself. Let's hope that he can produce a miracle once more. Indeed. But still, I fear that it's impossible for a clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to match a consonant spirit realm intermediate stage. Those are two completely different levels. There's little hope unless. Unless what? Unless. Zhang Shi summons his tamed beast, Demon Sink Beast. Demon Sink Beast? You're right, why didn't I think of that? As a beast tamer, Zhang Shi has the right to bring his tamed beast to battle. With Demon Sink Beast's consonant spirit realm cultivation, defeating Bai Shi would be a walk in the park. Your words make sense, but will Zhang Shi do so? The person who offered the suggestion fell silent. Even though Zhang Shi might seem like a casual person, he had shown that he would never compromise on the fairness of a duel. Since he had agreed to the duel, he would only use his own strength to triumph over his opponent. It was impossible for him to summon his tamed beast to assist him. Don't think too much, let's just watch on. Perhaps a miracle might really happen. Everyone continued watching the duel nervously. Master-Teacher tournament emphasizes heavily on fairness. Many people already felt contempt for Bai Jiahai due to him exploiting the other party's weakness and employing a mutually assured destruction technique now only fanned the crowd's displeasure. On the contrary, Zhang Shi, who fought on valiantly despite being in such a dangerous position, won everyone's admiration instead. While the crowd was worrying for Zhang Shi, the duel on the stage had also reached its climax. With the execution of the Supreme Demented Demon Fist, Bai Jianghai's cultivation surged, and his maximum strength rose to 2,400,000 ding. His attacks wielded such immense might behind them that it created a feeling of helplessness in those facing it. You came just on time! Without the slightest hint of panic or fear, Zhang Xian's eyes gleamed in excitement as he charged forward with a howl. Pum 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 puh. The air in the surroundings billowed. The duo crossed blows, and to the crowd's astonishment, they were actually equally matched. Zhang Shi's cultivation is indeed increasing continuously. Clarifying turbidity realm primary stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage. How much time has passed since the start of the battle? Pinnacle! He's already at clarifying turbidity realm pinnacle. Has it been 10 breaths? Or is it 20? He actually advanced from clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to pinnacle in this period of time? How can this be possible? Everyone thought that with the activation of the Supreme Demented Demon Fist, Zhang Shi was doomed. Who could have known that not only did he manage to stand his ground, he was even getting stronger every moment. In just a short 20 breaths, he actually advanced all the way from clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to pinnacle. It felt just like a dream even though they were witnessing the sight with their own eyes. This was way too fearsome. There were many who spent decades to progress from clarifying turbidity realm primary stage to pinnacle, and yet, in less than a single minute, Zhang Shi had managed to achieve the very same feat, while reinforcing his cultivation on top of that. His rate of progress would leave those who dared to proclaim themselves as geniuses ashamed. Hong Shi's face also paled upon seeing the sight, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. To use the pressure from the soul and jinqi of a consonant spirit realm to temper one's body and quicken the separation of turbid and clear so as to raise one's cultivation, even I am miles apart from him in terms of guts and confidence. With his eye of discernment, he was able to see through Zhang Xian's intentions as well. For a clarifying turbidity realm cultivator to face a consonant spirit realm expert without fear and even use the latter to temper oneself and break through one's bottleneck, it was hard to tell whether even Pavilion Master Mo would be capable of such a feat. Hong Shi knew that Zhang Shi would surely excel in all aspects as a master teacher. After all, with guidance of a potential 8-star master teacher, it would be hard to believe that he was ordinary. But it seemed like he was still underestimating the latter. Even the latter's seeming weakness, his cultivation was also unmatched by others as well. It was as if they were people from two different worlds. It seems like he is the champion of this tournament.
Only at this moment did Hong Shi's floating heart finally find ground. Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan had taken out one Haiter Spirit Stone to get on good terms with Zhang Shi and Yang Shi. Fortunately, Hong Shi had managed to accomplish the implied mission that he had for him. As expected of the student of an 8-star master teacher, Zhang Shi was truly superior in all aspects, even his fighting prowess and mental fortitude. Hong! While anxiety and nervousness overwhelmed the crowd below, on the stage, Zhang Xian had reached a very profound state of mind. In truth, the plan to make use of the other party's might to advance his cultivation was just a thought he had all of a sudden. He thought that it would be extremely difficult to succeed, but the results turned out to be much better than he thought. As concentrated Junqi flowed through his meridians like a torrent, Zhang Xian's aura and strength increased qualitatively. Under normal circumstances, even when using a Middle-tier Spirit Stone, it would take at least 2 hours before he could reach Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle. But this time, not only did he reach Clarifying Turbidity Realm Pinnacle within an extremely short period of time, on top of that, his Jinqi capacity had increased significantly, and his ability to drive Jinqi was also enhanced. All of these would be equivalent to several months of effort, thus saving him a lot of time on cultivation. At Yinyang Realm Pinnacle, he possessed 1 million ding of strength. At this moment, it had increased by twofold to 2 million ding. Factoring in the strength of 1,600,000 ding derived from his soul cultivation, it totaled up to 3,600,000 ding. With such might, he could kill even a consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle expert with a single punch. After all, a normal consonant Spirit Realm cultivator would only possess 2 million ding of might in primary stage, 2,400,000 ding in intermediate stage, 2,800,000 ding in advanced stage, and 3,200,000 ding in pinnacle. Power! While he was enjoying the changes his body was undergoing, Bai Jiahai was about to go insane. Under normal circumstances, his opponent should have been subdued after executing his ultimate technique. Who knew that, the more he fought, the colder his heart became? He had tried all means and tricks, but it seemed as though the other party could deal with his attacks leisurely as though they were nothing. This made him feel extremely embarrassed, and he found his tolerance hitting its limit. "I'll destroy you!" Roaring furiously, he utilized every ounce of energy contained within his body without any reservations. The rampaging Jinqi gushed out as though a torrent, swallowing Zhang Xian whole in an instant. "This is bad!" Hong Shi, Pavilion Master Kong, and the others narrowed their eyes. This was no longer just a duel anymore. With such frenzied offense, this was already at the level of a life-and-death combat. The slightest mistake could lead to the death of one party. "This is madness! He has gone mad!" The faces of the elders of Gazing River Sect turned ghastly pale. Even though they weren't present in the encounter with Yang Shi, they had heard some secret intelligence from their sources and knew that Zhang Shi's background was extraordinary. Otherwise, given how many artifacts and humans he had broken, he would have already been stripped of his rights as a participant of this tournament. It wasn't just once that they had seen the frenzied expression of the usually composed Hong Shi in the course of this tournament, and the fact that he still allowed Zhang Shi to continue despite all of the trouble he had caused affirmed their doubts. To actually try to kill a figure with such powerful backing with all your might, what else can you be if not insane? Just as everyone was panicking, Zhang Xian, whose consciousness had finally returned from feeling his internal changes, noticed the rampaging energy before him. Thus, he casually waved his palm. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up. But even amidst the cloud of dust, Bai Jiahai, who had channeled all of his strength against Zhang Xian, was sent flying as though a mosquito struck by a fly sweat. In an instant, just like Wu Tianhao from before, he flew into the sky. "Ah? What happened? I've no idea too. I saw Zhang Shi casually waving his palm and Bai Shi was suddenly sent flying." Everyone was dumbstruck. After so many matches, they had a clear gauge of Zhang Shi's strength already. Going by rational deduction, he should have been pummeled to the point that his head would have swollen to the size reminiscent to that of a pig's head already. Yet not only was he completely fine, the consonant spirit realm Bai Shi was sent flying instead. What in the world happened? When did Zhang Shi become so mighty? This. Seeing Bai Shi sent flying into the distance, Zhang Xian finally awakened fully from his trance, and his eyes widened in shock. Scratching his head helplessly, he was extremely tempted to cry. He quickly tried to explain himself. I didn't do it intentionally. His concentration had lapsed for a moment due to his breakthrough, thus resulting in him overexerting his strength. On top of that, he also didn't expect that seemingly formidable fellow a moment ago would be so weak. What in the world was this? It was one thing for him to injure those participants before, but now, he even sent his opponent of the finals flying with a single slap. At this point, all he could see of the other party was a black dot. If he were to say that he didn't do it intentionally, would anyone believe him? Bai Shi. Seeing the genius of their sect disappearing further and further from sight, the few elders whose heart was hanging a moment ago heaved a huge sigh of relief. Hong Shi and everyone else, it's due to the lack of discipline in our Gazing River sect that we nearly caused a huge calamity. We'll bring Bai Jiahai back now and teach him a lesson immediately. We're too embarrassed to accept second place. One of the elders in charge of Gazing River sect stood up and apologized in embarrassment. In the Master Teacher tournament, everyone knew the accepted limits and stopped appropriately. On the other hand, the genius of their sect actually tried to kill his opponent. If not for Zhang Shi achieving a breakthrough at the very last moment, he might have actually died. With such lack in decorum, it could be said that they had infringed on the rules of the tournament. Even if no one spoke a word, they would still be too embarrassed to remain here. This. Zhang Xian was taken aback. What in the world are you talking about? If that's the case, shouldn't my right as a participant have been revoked for many times already? Elder, you are being too harsh on yourself. Bai Shi only lost his calmness and struck a little harshly due to my provocative actions. In truth, he hasn't caused any damage at all. Why don't we just call it quits? You're willing to let the matter go? Thank you, Zhang Shi. Hearing Zhang Shi plead on behalf of their sect, the faces of the elders of Gazing River sect reddened in agitation, and the entire group knelt to the floor. Did you see that? This is the magnanimity a master teacher should have. Bai Jiahai watched tearfully in the air. Magnanimity? I would love to have it as well. But to do so, I would have to defeat this monster first. Chapter 602, Combat Soul Constitution. Alright. Since the champion of our tournament is already decided, let's move on to determine the other placings. After calming down the agitated crowd, Hong Shi continued on with the tournament. At the current moment, only the first and second places were decided. The tournament still had to go on to determine the third to the 10th place. After all the excitement, the crowd was lacking in interest for the duels that followed. 2 hours later, the top 10 places for the Master Teacher tournament were finally out. Wei Yuqing, who suffered a tragic defeat against Zhang Xian, performed extraordinarily well in the remaining duels and successfully advanced into the top 10. Qin Lei, who was eliminated by Rohuan Gongzi back then, also displayed spectacular abilities and clinched 9th place. Actually, if not for Zhang Xian's interference, he would be at least in the top 5 placing. Nevertheless, being in the 9th place, he was at least granted the opportunity to become a student of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as well, thus making this trip worthwhile. Zhang Shi, here is your prize. Once the placings were confirmed, the prizes were given out. The first place was given a High-Tier Spirit Stone, an opportunity to study at Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and 3 days to cultivate in the Cleansing Lake. While presenting the prize to Zhang Xian, Hong Shi sent a telepathic message over. Zhang Shi, the High-Tier Spirit Stone is a private gift from Pavilion Master Mo Gaoyuan to the participant in the first place. Since Pavilion Master Mo intended to express his goodwill to Zhang Shi and Yang Shi, naturally, his name should be made known to the other party. Otherwise, wouldn't everything be done in vain? Only then did Zhang Xian come to a realization. This explained why the prize this year was much more generous than previous years. In truth, it wasn't too difficult to guess this. Given Yang Shi's astounding means, it was natural that Pavilion Master Mo would want to get on his good side. In any case, this matter was beneficial to Zhang Xian. After all, that was a high-tier spirit stone. Its value was equivalent to 10,000 middle-tier spirit stone. If not to embarrass himself, Zhang Xian would have surely opened the jade box then and started examining the spirit stone already. Placing the prize carefully in his storage ring, Zhang Xian was filled with agitation and excitement. With a high-tier spirit stone in his possession, his future cultivation would become much easier. At least in the short run, he wouldn't have to worry about spiritual energy anymore. After distributing the prizes, Hong Shi announced, "All right. The Master Teacher Tournament has come to a conclusion. The top 3 of the tournament shall follow me to Huanyu Empire tomorrow to claim their prize of cultivating in the Cleansing Lake." Tomorrow? So soon? There's no choice. Huanyu Empire is more than 1,000,000 kilometers away, and if we don't rush there, we might miss the opening of the Cleansing Lake. If so, we might miss this opportunity. That's true. The Cleansing Lake opens at the start of the year for each opening, and there's barely a month until then. If we don't rush now, we might fail to make it in time. Upon hearing from Hong Shi that they were leaving tomorrow, the participants were astonished. However, they soon understood his intentions. The Cleansing Lake was the most valuable treasure of the Huanyu Empire's royalty, as well as the foundation of its establishment. The grounds would be opened once every decade, and it wasn't too long to it now. If they didn't hurry now, they might just miss this opportunity by. All right, you should return to make preparations. We'll set off tomorrow noon. Hong Shi waved his hands to dismiss the group. By now, it was already late at night, and the time left for them to prepare was less than a day. I should also make some preparations. Zhang Xian stood up. There were many things he had to deal with, and time was tight. Pavilion Master Kong, thank you for your care during this period of time. This is a cultivation technique my teacher prepared for you, and if you were to cultivate it accordingly, it should assist you in reaching Consonant Spirit Realm. Flicking his wrist, a book appeared in Zhang Xian's palm as he passed it over. Pavilion Master Kong had really helped him a lot during this period of time, especially the trip to the Glacier Plain Court. Without his help, it would be impossible for him to nurture his soul sufficiently so as to divide into 2 and successfully forge his clone. At the same time, Zhao Ye wouldn't have met with such a rare opportunity either. As such, Zhang Xian specially compiled a cultivation technique manual to deal with the various flaws the other party suffered from. As long as the other party cultivated along with it, it would just be a matter of time before he reached Consonant Spirit Realm. Reach Consonant Spirit Realm? This cultivation technique was prepared by Yang Shi? Pavilion Master Kang's breathing immediately hastened, and his eyes reddened in agitation. Yang Shi, an existence likely to be an 8-star master teacher. Just receiving a single pointer from such a person was a huge blessing in itself. To think that he would even have a cultivation technique created just for him, he truly had no idea how he could ever repay this favor. Put on! Pavilion Master Kong kneeled onto the floor, and with a grim expression, he kowtowed 8 times toward Zhang Xian's residence before standing up. Su Shi and Ling Shi, these are yours. Of course, Zhang Xian couldn't possibly forget about these 2. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the Master Teacher Tournament. After receiving the cultivation technique, Su Shi and Ling Shi also thanked him profusely. Zhang Xian had always remembered grudges and favors clearly. Zhang Shi, can I follow you to Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Knowing that Zhang Xian was about to leave, Zhao Fei's eyes reddened. This young man had solved her ailment, granting her a whole new life. Gratitude, along with the experiences at Xianyuan Kingdom, Soul Oracle Tomb, and such, had left her with an indescribable emotion toward the latter. Just that, she was too embarrassed to face her own emotions. But now that separation was right before them, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian said, Your cultivation is still too low. You might stumble into a lot of trouble if you were to head there now. It would be safer if you study under Pavilion Master Kong here. After which, he turned to the elder beside him and said grimly, Pavilion Master Kong, I'll be entrusting Princess Feiwu to you. Hee, Zhang Shi, you need not worry. I'll take her in as my direct disciple and teach her well. I won't let you or Yang Shi down. Pavilion Master Kong gave his word. Thank you. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Actually, this was also another reason why he gave Pavilion Master Kong the cultivation technique manual. Along the way, Zhao Feiwu had helped him a lot. As the daughter of the Alliance head, she was unlikely to care much about fortune, resources, or so. Rather than that, it would be more practical to help her find a good teacher. This way, she would be able to live the life she wanted. And Pavilion Master Kong was clearly the most suitable choice. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Hearing the arrangements, Zhao Feiwu flashed a bitter smile and thanked Zhang Shi. She found the entire matter hard to accept, but knowing that Zhang Shi was doing this with her welfare at heart, she eventually nodded her head. Zhang Shi was destined to achieve great things in the future. A small, little princess of the Alliance like her couldn't possibly compare to him. No matter how reluctant she was, she knew she had to let go. After bidding Pavilion Master Kong and the others farewell, Zhang Xian returned to his residence. The moment he entered, he saw Mo Hunxing walking over with widened strides. Zhang Shi! Mo Hunxing clasped his fist. How is it? Zhang Xian asked. He had asked the latter regarding Lu Chang's condition even before joining the Master-Teacher tournament. After a day of effort, the latter should have some results by now. Reporting to young Master Lu Chong has just finished his cultivation, and I've taken a look at his condition. If I'm not mistaken, it's a unique constitution among soul oracles. Combat soul constitution, Mo Hunxing said. Unique constitution? Zhang Xian was perplexed. If the latter really had a unique constitution, the Library of Heaven's Path should have already long detected it. How could it elude him? Combat soul constitution is not something one is born with. Usually it is developed after a life and death experience, or a wave of immense emotions. Such a constitution is extremely rare and cannot be emulated by any means. If I'm not mistaken, young Master Lu Chong has only just awakened it. Mo Hunxing explained. Let's go over to take a look. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian walked into the courtyard. Not too far from the corridor, Lu Chong was cultivating while standing. His soul was dancing in the air, and it seemed to carry a majestic aura to it. Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Soul? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock. When he left earlier this morning, the latter was still at Songshi realm only. How could he become so powerful over a single day? Soul cultivation was similar to Junqi cultivation in the sense that it was slow and accumulative. To actually break through 4 cultivation realms Jizuan, half-transcension, prolonged longevity, and origin energy realm in a single day, that was really way too fast. Flaws! Perplexed, Zhang Xian willed. 1. With a soft buzz, a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Quickly flipping it open, Zhang Xian swiftly browsed through the content and froze. Lu Chong was indeed different from before. Just as Mo Hunxing said, he had awoken the combat soul constitution. But from the looks of it, this awakening seemed to be incomplete. Recalling what he encountered in the other party's consciousness, a thought emerged in Zhang Xian's head. This is probably what I saw back then. Back then, when he used the soul rouse incense to wake up the other party's soul, he had seen a gigantic figure lying in the other party's consciousness. Thinking about it now, that should be the result of the combat soul constitution. Regarding this constitution, how can it be awakened? Zhang Xian glanced at the soulless metal humanoid before him. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Hunxing replied, Reporting to young Master, it's extremely troublesome to awaken such a constitution totally. It might require a visit to the ancient domain of soul oracles. Ancient domain of soul oracles? Zhang Xian was stunned. Mo Hunxing hesitated for a moment before he said, Yes, that is the place where soul oracles originate from. In the ancient domain of soul oracles, one can find the energy of ancient souls. That is a crucial catalyst to awakening the combat soul constitution completely. There's no other way around it.
Ancient domain of soul oracles? Where is that? It is, at the utmost east of the continent. I also don't know exactly how far it is from here. Mo Hunching scratched his head. You don't know how far it is from here? Jiang Xian's face darkened. If it was too far, how was he supposed to head there? The master-teacher continent was incomparably vast, and even several 100,000 kilometers would require many days of flight. Yet, from Mo Hunching's tone, it was apparent that he meant a distance of dozens or even 100 million kilometers. Without several years of traveling, it was impossible to cover such distance. Actually, if young master trusts me, I can take young master Lu Chong there. This way, it won't interrupt your cultivation while allowing young master Lu Chong to grow swiftly, Mo Hunching said. You'll take him there? Jiang Xian fell into deep contemplation. If he wanted to climb up as a master teacher, he would have to remain in public view. Furthermore, with the threat known as the innate fetal poison looming above him, spending several years searching for the ancient domain of soul oracles was clearly too much of a luxury for him to afford. However, if he were to delay Lu Chang's growth by forcing the other party to follow him, it would indeed be unfair for the other party. The ideal situation was indeed to split up. We'll see what he thinks. After a moment of thought, Jiang Xian felt that Lu Chong should have the right to decide. Thus, he interrupted Lu Chang's cultivation and explained the matter to him. Hearing Jiang Xian's words, the young man nodded his head earnestly. Teacher, I wish to go to the ancient domain of soul oracles. He shared the same thoughts as Zhaoye when she made her decision back then. He knew that he would only be a burden if he were to remain by his teacher's side. If he were to grasp this opportunity, he might be able to be of true use to his teacher in the future. He didn't wish to remain as a burden to his teacher. Since you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. Mo Hunching, I'll be leaving Lu Chong to your care. Seeing that Lu Chong had made his decision, Jiang Xian sighed deeply before nodding his head. Chapter 603 Lecture 1. There would eventually come a day when a student would have to leave their teacher. Jiang Xian understood this fact, and he knew he would have to part with his students one day. Ever since the incident with Zhaoye, he had been preparing himself mentally. But even so, he still found himself gripped with reluctance when faced with the situation. This is a surge of Jinqi from me. It should help you if you face danger. Pulling Lu Chong to a room, Jiang Xian began delegating some matters to him. His plight was very different from that of Zhaoye. Zhaoye would be taken care of by the Glacier Plain Court, and it was unlikely that she would be in any danger. On the other hand, Lu Chong and Mo Hunching would be traversing across the continent to search for a place which might not even exist. The journey would be fraught with danger, and this surge of Jinqi may help to protect them, even if just once. Demon Sink, you shall follow Lu Chong. After instructing some matters, Jiang Xian called Demon Sink Beast over. While safety shouldn't be a problem given that a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert, Mo Hunching, was escorting him, they would still require an aerial spirit beast for their travel. As a transcendent mortal 5-dan spirit beast, Demon Sink Beast should prove to be useful for them. After settling all of the issues he could foresee, he brought Lu Chong to Wang Ying and the others for them to bid their farewell. 2 of the original 6 students have left, and everyone couldn't help but feel slightly depressed. After settling the arrangements regarding Lu Chong, Jiang Xian went to look for his junior, garden owner Shui. For the time being, the latter didn't have any intention of heading to a higher-tier empire, so she wasn't going to tag along with Jiang Xian. By the time everything was done, the sun was already up in the sky, and it was soon going to be the meeting time with Hong Shi and the others. Let's go! With everything settled, Jiang Xian proceeded to the square near the Alliance head residence with Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the other students beside him. Since he had promised to conduct a lecture, he decided to settle this too before leaving. However, before he could even reach the square, he could already see an uncountable number of people in the square, stretching all the way to the limits of his eyes. Sect leader Hu, you're here to listen to Zhang Shi's lecture as well? Well, this is the first champion of the Master Teacher Tournament who won with such a huge landslide. Since he is going to conduct a lecture, there's no way I can miss this.
Indeed. There are several centuries of history behind the Master-Teacher Tournament already, and Zhang Xian is the first person to achieve such astounding records. Look, even Sect Leader Xi and Sect Leader Lu are here. You're right. Even Hong Shi's lectures wouldn't be met with such popularity. I don't know about how popular Hong Shi's lectures are, but at the very least, we have 5-star master teachers wouldn't be able to match up to this. There are so many people here that I can't help but feel envious. Speaking of which, I tried putting myself into Zhang Shi's position in the tournament, but I realized that I wouldn't be able to emulate his achievements at all. To think that a person who has just passed the 4-star master teacher examination would be able to achieve feats beyond that of a half 5-star master teacher. It is no wonder why he enjoys such exploding popularity. The entire square was full of life. All of them are here to listen to my lecture? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in shock. In his view, it would already be a huge achievement if several thousand people were to attend his lecture on the basics of cultivation. Never could he have expected that he would be able to rally so many people here. For a moment, he even suspected that there was a second, hidden stage to the Master-Teacher Tournament that he was unaware of. How many people are there here? 100,000? 1,000,000? Not to mention. There were many who were hanging on walls and standing on trees as though ninjas as well. And what is with those aerial savage beasts in the sky? I heard that those who were unable to get a seat in your lecture went to rent savage beasts from the Beast Hall. Pavilion Master Kong explained awkwardly. I understand the part about aerial savage beasts, but what about those grounded ones? Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask about them. He could understand the reason behind the mass of aerial savage beasts in the sky, but by the side of the square, there was also a bunch of land savage beasts lying down. There was the saber-toothed tiger, half-limbed gale wolf, sable ape. What were they doing here? After hearing that you were going to conduct a lecture, Hall Master Han Chong of the Beast Hall sent all of the savage beasts and spirit beasts in the Beast Hall over to support you. Pavilion Master Kong said. Zhang Xian. This could be called support as well? Just the beast tamers would suffice. What kind of support are you giving me through sending this bunch of savage beasts over? Actually, Zhang Shi's reputation is simply too great. Knowing that you are going to conduct a lecture, there is no one who is willing to be left out, Pavilion Master Kong said. In truth, Hall Master Han had no choice either. After the Master-Teacher Tournament, Zhang Shi's reputation exploded. Everyone wanted to listen to the lecture that was to be conducted by this top-notch genius. Even the intelligent savage beasts and spirit beasts couldn't hold themselves back. And thus such a sight occurred. The square outside the Alliance head residence was extremely vast, and it could contain even 1,000,000 people at once. And yet, at this very moment, it was so cramped that there was hardly room for one to fidget. Even Pavilion Master Kong himself found such a sight unbelievable. He had conducted similar public lectures before, and with 50,000 people participating, that event was proclaimed to have changed the history of Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion. Never in his dreams did he expect the popularity of Zhang Shi's lecture to be so over the top. There were indeed vast differences even among fellow humans. Forget it. It doesn't matter how many people are here, I just have to conduct my lecture properly. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian decided not to think too much into it. Thus, he raised his foot and began heading toward the stage at the very center of the square. Li Hanbing was 16 this year, and he was a beggar. He had been an orphan as far as he could remember, and he had always been a subject of mockery and a target for humiliation. His greatest dream was to become an expert, but what a pity it was. His humble background disallowed him from obtaining any cultivation technique or cultivation resources. As the saying goes, the poor study and the rich train. Without sufficient resources to back up one's cultivation and the guidance of teachers, it was difficult for him to make any progress. As such, despite being 16 this year, he was still trapped in Fighter 1 Danjushi realm, unable to make any progress. Most probably, he would remain this way for his entire life. He thought that it would be impossible for him to ever listen to the lecture of a master teacher. But one day, he suddenly heard that an incredibly talented master teacher known as Zhang Shi was going to conduct a public lecture on the basics of cultivation. Upon hearing this news, he rushed to the square the night before to secure a spot for himself before waiting patiently. "It's starting!" After a long wait, he saw a figure walking majestically up the stage. "This Zhang Shi doesn't seem much older than me." He thought that the champion of the master teacher tournament would at least be in his late 30s, but the latter didn't even seem to have reached his 20s yet. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had waited for an entire day, but at this moment, he feared that he might have only wasted his time. Would his hopes fall flat once again, just as they had many times before? In truth, the Master Teacher Pavilion would organize public lectures every month, but the content tended to be rather profound. An orphan like him who had never gone through proper education wouldn't understand a single word of it, and thus, wouldn't benefit from it as well. He had tried attending those several times, but he quickly realized that it was futile. On the contrary, he lost confidence instead. There were some master teachers, who, like proud academics, wished to be recognized and wanted to be respected for their work. There was no problem with this, but they treated these public lectures as a platform to showcase their knowledge, and if the content of their lecture was too simple, it would seem as though they were incapable. As such thoughts proliferated among the master teachers, the culture behind the public lectures seemed to change as well. Earnest cultivators attending the lecture soon realized that those lectures were impractical for them. Considering the young age and astounding accomplishments of the person on the stage, it was likely he would just be yet another proud master teacher fishing for glory through this public lecture. It seemed that he would only be disappointed once again. Seeking the heavens path can be viewed as an arrow placed against a bowstring. Too high, it has to be lowered; too low, it has to be raised; too taut, it has to be loosened; too loose, it has to be tightened. Heaven's path is about supplementing one's deficiencies with one's strengths. Who? A voice sounded in his ear. Even though he was 1,000 meters away from the stage, every single word of Zhang Shi reached his ears with resounding clarity. As expected, I don't understand it at all. Listening attentively, he realized that this public lecture was no different from those he had attended before. He couldn't understand a word at all. In the end, all master teachers were cut from the same cloth. Public lectures were just platforms for them to boast about their knowledge. It mattered not to them whether it was meaningful to their audience or not. And those audiences were also equally hypocritical. For fear of exposing their ignorance, instead of questioning the lecturer, they feigned understanding and even showered the lecturer with praises. After all, if one turned out to be the only unknowledgeable one in the room, how embarrassing would that be? This is simply human nature. Shaking his head in disappointment, Li Hanbing stood up and prepared to leave. But right after he took his first step, he suddenly felt a jolt in his acupoint. Following which, he felt a numbing sensation in his Baihai acupoint, and a huge wave of spiritual energy was drawn in from the surroundings and circulated continuously throughout his body. Kacha! Kacha! With a crisp sound, he noticed something similar to small lake appearing within his lower abdomen. This is Dantian? Li Hanbing's eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. After breaking through Fighter 1 Danjishi realm, one would form a Dantian in one's lower abdomen, allowing one to store spiritual energy. Li Hanbing had been trapped in Jishi realm for a very long time, and he thought that this would remain so. Who could have known that a few words from Zhang Shi would actually induce a breakthrough within him? But I don't understand the content of the lecture at all. Why am I still able to achieve a breakthrough? Li Hanbing was stunned. He didn't understand a single word of what Zhang Shi said, so how could he have suddenly achieved a breakthrough? Shouldn't the lecture be ineffective to his cultivation if he couldn't understand a word of it? Raising his head to look around, he saw several beggars, who had come here along with him, sitting on the floor with smiles overflowing with happiness on their faces. Their auras had also grown significantly stronger. Heaven's path is about supplementing one's deficiencies with one's strengths. So, this is the law of nature. It means that only if we cultivate alongside the flow of nature can we improve quickly. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his head. Even though the other party's words were extremely profound, completely incomprehensible to him, but for some reason, he could understand the intent behind the other party's words as though they were conceptualizing right before him. Heaven's path, the law of nature. Quickly sitting down, he felt his spiritual energy flowing slowly through his dantian. Kacha! Kacha! A crisp echo sounded from his body again, and yet again as his cultivation soared non-stop. Dantian realm primary stage. Dantian realm intermediate stage. Dantian realm advanced stage. His cultivation rose quickly as though he were a balloon, and someone was blowing into him. He still couldn't understand the other party's words, but for some reason, he was still able to gain a much deeper understanding of what cultivation was, and it aligned with his own comprehension of it as well. This is the lecture of a true master teacher. As though having drunk a heavenly brew, a smile slowly crept onto Li Hanbing's face. His happiness wasn't derived from his rise in cultivation, but the knowledge that was slowly building up within him. He could actually understand the intent behind the other party's words clearly. It was as if the lecturer, Zhang Shi, was conducting a one-to-one lesson for him. As he listened on, the spiritual energy in his body continued circulating, and all of a sudden, his body jolted lightly. Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi Realm, reached. Jinchi Realm could be considered as one's official inauguration as a cultivator. To think that a beggar like him could actually reach such a level as well. Zhang Shi, from today onward, you will be the only teacher I will ever recognize. Li Hanbing kneeled onto the floor as he made a solemn vow. Chapter 604 Lecture 2. In the vast main hall of the fleeting cloud sect space in Myriad Kingdom City, sect leader Luo Huang glanced at the young man before him. Others might not have realized anything in the previous duel, but don't think you can hide it from me. I've been your teacher for more than a decade now. I knew that I wouldn't be able to hide it from you. Smiling bitterly, Luo Xian admitted to it frankly. I did hold myself back in the duel with Bai Jiahai. For what reason? Sect leader Luo Huang asked. Given Zhang Shi's ability, there's no doubt that he would be able to progress on to the finals. If I were to defeat Bai Shi, I would have to face him. As teacher knows, our relationship with Zhang Shi is rather poor at the moment. Rather than worsen the conflict with him, I might as well forfeit and allow the Gazing River sect to deal with this trouble. Luo Xian clasped his fist, and with an apologetic look, he continued. Teacher, please pardon me for making such a decision of my own accord. Good. The fact that you were able to think that far means that you've already grown up. Sect leader Luo Huang nodded his head in satisfaction. Don't worry. Not only am I not blaming you for that, I even want to commend you for your decision. To be able to weigh the pros and cons in the midst of a tournament, and make such a decision is indeed no easy feat regardless of whether it is Zhang Shi or Yang Shi. They aren't people we can afford to cross. It's best that we stay out of their path for the moment, and slowly mend our relationship with them in the future. Yes. I was also thinking the same. Luo Xian nodded. Seeing his student becoming so sensible, putting the welfare of the sect before his own pride, sect leader Luo Huang felt gratified. Stroking his beard, he asked, So, you've seen Zhang Shi's capabilities with your eyes. What do you think about it? Zhang Shi? A sharp gleam flashed across Luo Xian's eyes. I can't deny that he's a difficult opponent. There are even several aspects which I am inferior to him in. But if I had proceeded to the finals and challenged him in a duel, I don't think that I would have lost. Oh? Sect leader Luo Huang glanced at Luo Xian in interest. Taking the round on knowledge impartation for example, even though he seemed to have fared impressively, if I'm not mistaken, he probably resorted to hypnotism. Otherwise, how could all of the 100 people possibly acknowledge him? Luo Xian declared confidently. Smiling lightly, sect leader Luo Huang replied, You said that he resorted to hypnotism, but what about Huang Shi? He also acknowledged Zhang Shi as well. In that duel, Zhang Xian even made Huang Jing desperately attempt to acknowledge him as his teacher, and the incident had made him a huge laughingstock. While the 100 people on the stage could have been hypnotized, how could a 4-star pinnacle master teacher be hypnotized that easily? Hearing his teacher's words, Luo Xian sneered coldly. Actually, if it wasn't for how ridiculous he was behaving, I'd not have seen through Zhang Shi's ploy. How could a 4-star pinnacle master teacher possessing a soul depth beyond 14 possibly willingly acknowledge Zhang Shi, who wasn't even using impartation of heaven's will then, as his teacher? This in itself is a huge joke. As a fellow 4-star pinnacle master teacher, Luo Xian knew how formidable and proud experts of his class were. If Zhang Shi had used impartation of heaven's will, there might still be a possibility of it happening. After all, one would be forced to move contrary to one's will. However, to win over Huang Shi with just basic knowledge of cultivation in itself. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old kid? He must have feigned it to please Zhang Shi. But in the end, his acting turned out to be too poor, and his plan backfired on him. Luo Xian harumphed. Even a 5-star master teacher couldn't possibly win over a 4-star master teacher by lecturing on basic knowledge. If Zhang Shi was truly capable of such a feat, it would mean that his capability already surpasses that of a 5-star master teacher. It's a rational argument. Is that the reason why you refused to attend his public lecture? Sect leader Luo Huang nodded in agreement. They had heard of Zhang Shi's public lecture, but they didn't think there was any need for them to attend it. It's just a lecture on basic knowledge, what is there to listen to? In the end, it all boils down to the same old things. I'm sure I could conduct one as well as his, so there's no point wasting my time there, Luo Xian replied. After which, he clasped his fist confidently and said, Teacher, I wish to attempt a breakthrough to consonant spirit realm right now. Can you guard me for a moment? Don't worry about it. Sect leader Luo Huang smiled. Thank you, teacher. Replying gratefully, Luo Xian sat on the floor, closed his eyes, and began cultivating. In truth, he could have made a breakthrough during the fight with Bai Jiahai as well, but he intentionally suppressed his cultivation. Once he achieved that breakthrough, his strength would soar. By then, he wouldn't have a legitimate reason to lose to the other party anymore. Gugugugga. Energy flowed through his body, creating a sound reminiscent to the croaking of frogs. Luo Xian drove his cultivation swiftly in an attempt to break through the final wall blocking his path. Why can't I absorb any spiritual energy? But a moment later, he opened his eyes. No matter how hard he tried to draw in spiritual energy, it was completely ineffective. It was as if the spiritual energy in the air was dried out, rendering him incapable of cultivating. Sect leader! Sect leader! Bad news! Just as he was perplexed by the bizarre situation, an anxious voice suddenly sounded, and Luo Xian's junior suddenly dashed into the room. For you to get so anxious, what's wrong? Sect leader Luo Huang's face darkened. It's Zhang Shi's lecture, the junior hurriedly said. What's wrong with the lecture? Did he create a miracle with the basic knowledge of cultivation? Luo Xian shook his head. Following which, a frown appeared on his forehead, and he questioned. Didn't teacher ban everyone from attending the lecture? Did you all sneak out? We didn't go to listen to the lecture. We only went to take a look. The junior's face turned crimson. The sect leader did order that no one was to listen to the lecture, but out of curiosity, they sneaked out and saw something that they should have never seen there. Take a look. What did you see then? Luo Xian asked. We saw, in Zhang Shi's lecture, spiritual energy was pouring into the square, and many who had been trapped in their bottleneck achieved a breakthrough during the lecture, the junior said. Spiritual energy was pouring into the square? How could that be possible? Luo Xian shook his head. Spirit gathering diction, this is an ability that only 5-star master teachers possess. How could a 4-star master teacher possibly influence the spiritual energy in the surroundings to such an extent, not to mention, while lecturing on basic knowledge? It's true. If you doubt my words, you can try sensing the spiritual energy in the surroundings, the junior quickly said. Spiritual energy? Getting. Luo Xian suddenly recalled his inability to draw in spiritual energy a moment ago. Just as astonishment struck him, his teacher narrowed his eyes and began trembling uncontrollably. This is Spirit gathering diction, 10 Li of vacuum. Li equals 0. 5 kilometers, 10 Li equals 5 kilometers. 10 Li of vacuum? The two were taken aback. They had heard of spirit gathering diction. It was an ability that only 5-star master teachers possessed. What does 10 Li of vacuum means? It's an ability that only 6-star master teachers possess. Sect leader Luo Huang's lips trembled as his eyes widened. It seemed like even he dared not believe this to be true. 6-star master teacher? Luo Xian and the junior trembled in astonishment. Rumor has it that 6-star master teachers are able to gather spiritual energy within a 10 Li radius through their diction for those cultivating under their tutelage, forming a huge vacuum. Sect leader Luo Huang's teeth clattered together. Under such a situation, a cultivator would grow at a swift pace that is not any inferior to cultivation impartation. Zhang Shi is only a 4-star master teacher, and the topic he is lecturing on is only basic knowledge of cultivation. How could the ability that only 6-star master teachers possess be triggered? Luo Xian was in disbelief. It was just a moment ago that he declared confidently that the other party had cheated in a knowledge impartation match. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the other party had drawn in spiritual energy from a 10 Li radius for his lecture. Are you serious? No matter how he did it, hurry up and gather the members of our sect and have them attend the lecture. Otherwise, our fleeting cloud sect will lag behind the other sects, and it won't be long before we lose our title as the strongest power. Sect leader Luo Huang immediately stood up in a panic. A lecture that could create 10 Li of vacuum would definitely be highly beneficial to one's future cultivation. And yet, their entire sect actually missed it. The loss they suffered from this oversight and decision was incalculable. It could be foreseen that the sects who went to listen to the lecture would surely find their overall fighting prowess soaring, and it would just be a matter of time before they surpassed their fleeting cloud sect. This was especially so for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Most of the people who attended the lecture were from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The deeper understanding of cultivation they gained from the lecture had created a bright future for all of them. With this group of potential experts, in less than 20 years, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance could possibly soar to the peak of the 28 regional powers. It was for the ability to nurture many experts that high-tier master teachers were feared and respected. Attend the lecture? It's too late. Zhang Shi is only lecturing for 2 hours and it's about to end already. Besides, even if we were to head there now, there's already no space for us. The junior said. No space. Sect leader Luo Huang's face paled, and he nearly fell to the ground. Indeed. Upon sensing spiritual energy disappearing from the surroundings, which cultivator wouldn't rush over to listen to the lecture? It was already too late for them. Our fleeting cloud sect. We lost the chance to climb to greater heights, just like that. Sect leader Luo Huang's body trembled in regret. If only they had attended the lecture, with the huge amount of resources their sect possessed, they would surely have risen the quickest. Surpassing Hongfeng Empire, where Hongshi came from, wouldn't be a dream. But now, they could only sigh in lamentation. The opportunity had already slipped past their fingers, and no matter how they clawed at it, they couldn't possibly take it back. You said that you would be able to conduct a lecture as well as him? The more he thought about, the more stifled he felt. Thus, he turned his gaze over to Luo Xian. Luo Xian's body trembled, and he nearly burst into tears. He thought that the gap between him and Zhang Shi wasn't too wide, and he could catch up with some diligence. Only at this instant did he realize that they were of completely different standing, and there was no basis of comparison at all. It was laughable that he even got ahead of himself and lost intentionally in the fight against Bai Jianhai so as to not offend Zhang Shi in case he won the finals. Even if he had got into the finals, the only possible fate was to be crushed. It seems it wasn't hypnotism that all 100 people acknowledged him. He indeed possesses such capability. How could a person capable of employing 10 Li of vacuum possibly lower his pride to hypnotize others just to win? Not to mention, a person with such capability could possibly win easily even without it. Huang Shi and the other cultivators were earnestly acknowledging Zhang Shi as their teacher. and they noticed this fact way too late. The same sight was also occurring in the other sects who skipped the lecture. Upon learning that Zhang Shi had managed to induce Tenli a vacuum through a lecture, everyone flew into a frenzy. Those who attended such a lecture would surely walk out of it with an incomparably solid foundation. Very few bottlenecks could stifle their cultivation in the future, and they would grow stronger swiftly. It could be said that this 2-hour lecture would determine their fate. No amount of gold or spirit stones could make up for this loss of opportunity. It seems like the rise of Myriad Kingdom Alliance is inevitable. It's time to redraw the map of the 28 regional powers. In the Alliance head residence, Alliance head Zhao stood up with his fists tightly clenched. He glanced at the young man lecturing on the stage with eyes reddened in agitation. Chapter 605, Capital of Huanyu Empire. Ever since inheriting the seat of the Alliance head, he had been working hard to strengthen the Alliance to protect and extend the borders of the Empire. But the foundation of Myriad Kingdom Alliance was simply too weak. The probability of success of the task that he was undertaking was nearly zero. And yet, this impossibility was shattered with a single lecture from Zhang Shi. The million Myriad Kingdom Alliance citizens listening to the lecture would become sturdy pillars propping up the rise of the Empire. It would be impossible to stop the rise of Myriad Kingdom Alliance anymore. Zhang Shi, thank you. Alliance head Zhao bowed respectfully. This young man had brought new hope to the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Using diction to draw in spiritual energy from the world for others to cultivate, is he really lecturing on fundamental knowledge of cultivation? I once thought that it was a waste of time to uncover the basics thoroughly. But from the looks of it now, I'm mistaken. Sorely mistaken. This basic knowledge forms the very foundation of cultivating. It's just like the foundation of a building. Only with a strong foundation can it rise to greater heights. I've truly benefited immensely from this lesson. From today onward, Zhang Shi is our half-teacher. If anyone intends to harm Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Zhang Shi's homeland, in the future, we can't stand idly and watch anymore. The innumerable experts amidst the crowd thought and discussed similar things. After listening to Zhang Shi's lecture, they were considered as half a student of his. Thus, they felt obliged to stand up for him in the future. Protecting one's core and going along with nature, these are the basics of cultivation. All right, I'll stop my lecture here. With the lecture coming to an end, the young man on the stage flicked his wrist, and a brush appeared. Painting on midair, a massive phoenix soon appeared before everyone's sight. Leaping off the ground, the young man stepped onto the back of the phoenix and flew into the distance. This event would eventually go down in the annals of history. Myriad Kingdom Alliance Year 3372, Winter. 1,000,000 cultivators gathered to listen to Zhang Shi's lecture, and Tenli a vacuum was induced in the course of the lecture. At the end of which, he soared into the skies on the back of a phoenix. The 1,000,000 cultivators kneeled down and addressed him as their teacher. White clouds floated over the backdrop of a blue sky. Several massive aerial spirit beasts whizzed across the sky, sending innumerable savage beasts and birds escaping chaotically in fear. On the back of a spirit beast, Zhang Xian, who was in the midst of his meditation, slowly opened his eyes. It had been nearly a month since the public lecture in Myriad Kingdom City. In this period of time, they had spent nearly every day on the back of the aerial spirit beasts, and mental exhaustion was starting to pile up. As they would be leaving their homeland for a long period of time, the traveling master teachers brought along their family and servants, and Hong Shi had to prepare 10 whole spirit beasts to house everyone. None of these spirit beasts possessed cultivation lower than Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, and they caused a huge ruckus no matter where they went, sending countless creatures darting away in fright. Throughout his journey, Zhang Xian had been spending his time studying and cultivating. Not only did he reinforce his Jinqi cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle firmly, his soul cultivation even broke through the barrier to Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, and he advanced all the way to Pinnacle Tier. A soul cultivation of Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan amounted to a strength of 3,200,000 ding. Stacking his Jinqi cultivation of 2 million ding on top of that, he was able to wield a maximum might of 5,200,000 ding. That was comparable to Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm Intermediate Stage Experts. Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm. 4 million ding at primary stage, 4,800,000 ding at intermediate stage, 5,600,000 ding at advanced stage, and 6,200,000 ding at pinnacle. With a might of 5,200,000 ding, Zhang Xian's strength was near to that of an advanced stage cultivator. At his current strength, it would be difficult for even Hong Shi to defeat him. The cultivation of 4-star Master Teacher usually ranged from Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan to 4 Dan. Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Consonant Spirit Realm usually equated to half 5-star Master Teacher. Only upon reaching Transcendent Mortal 6 Dan Cosmos Bridge Realm would one be qualified as a 5-star Master Teacher. It hadn't been long since Hong Shi had been promoted to a 5-star Master Teacher, and his cultivation realm was around Cosmos Bridge Realm primary stage. If Hong Shi didn't exploit the unique ability of his current cultivation realm, he would be unlikely to be able to withstand even a single punch from Zhang Xian. To gain the strength equivalent to a 5-star primary Master Teacher within 2 months of being promoted to a 4-star Master Teacher, only a monster like Zhang Xian would be capable of such a feat. Zhang Xian wasn't the only one whose cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. His students, Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the others, also witnessed significant growth in their cultivation as well. Zhao Ye and Lu Chang's departures made them treasure their time with Zhang Shi even more. They had been cultivating diligently every single day, and with the huge pool of spirit stones Zhang Shi gathered, their cultivation was increasing at an alarming rate on a daily basis. One by one, the 4 students managed to reach Transcendent Mortal Realm, and at this very moment, their cultivation levels had already stabilized at Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan Origin Energy Realm. Not only so, Zhang Xian also reorganized the Heaven's Path battle techniques and imparted them to his students, thus inducing a massive rise in their fighting prowess. The one who had improved the slowest was probably Butler Sun Chang. This fellow didn't possess the slightest interest in cultivation, and as such, he would slack off the moment no eyes were on him. If not for Wang Ying supervising him, he would probably remain in the same cultivation realm for his entire life. Nevertheless, trapped on the back of a spirit beast, he had nothing better to do either. As such, he had also managed to advance from Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan Prolonged Longevity Realm to 2 Dan Origin Energy Realm Pinnacle. At the current point, his cultivation was still higher than Wang Ying, who was the strongest among the remaining students. The reason for his rapid improvement despite his indolence wasn't due to his talent. Rather, he had consumed a part of Mo Hunqing's soul, which allowed him to inherit the other party's comprehension of cultivation. With this serving as his foundation, and factoring in Zhang Xian's guidance and the seemingly endless supply of spirit stones for his use, his progress could be said to be slow already. It should have been a joyous occasion that everyone was making progress in their training, but the current Zhang Xian couldn't find the mood to celebrate. This was because the 600 or so spirit stones which he had taken from the fleeting Cloud sect and other powers had just completely run dry. Xingyang, Sun Chang, and the others didn't consume many of them. The culprit behind this incident was mainly Zhang Xian himself. Back then, in order to hasten the maturing of the 9 Hearts Lotus, Zhang Xian expended around 200 to 300 middle-tier spirit stones. After which, he gave a portion to the departing Lu Chong and spent another huge bunch to advance his soul cultivation to Consonant Spirit Realm. It could be considered a blessing that the 600 middle-tier spirit stones lasted them until now. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian thought, looks like I'll have to use the high-tier spirit stone for my future cultivation. So far, he hadn't used the high-tier spirit stone that he'd received from the Master Teacher tournament yet, as he couldn't bear to use it. But now that his supply of middle-tier spirit stone had run dry, he had no other choice. Zhang Shi, we're about to reach Huanyu capital. Just as Zhang Xian was about to take the high-tier spirit stone to take a look, Hong Shi suddenly walked over. For this journey, Hong Shi chose to share a ride with him, and along the journey, Zhang Xian helped solve some of the problems he was facing in his cultivation. In a sense, this was his way of compensating the other party for destroying his artifacts. Naturally, This was all done in the name of Yang Shi. In any case, the other party seemed to possess absolute trust to this teacher of his, so there was no harm using the latter's name. After receiving Zhang Xian's pointers, Hong Shi enjoyed significant improvement in his cultivation. At the same time, his respect for this young master teacher also deepened. The capital? Zhang Xian stood up and walked over to the window. A massive city came into his sight. Pitch-black city walls were embedded into the earth as though a thick iron mail. Countless elegant buildings rose all the way into the distant sky, and from afar, it resembled an undulating mountain range. They bore testimony to the long history of the city. Huanyu capital has more than 10,000 years of history behind it. The founding emperor Yi Huanyu led 4 of his brothers to conquer the lands, thus eventually forming this immense empire. Hong Shi glanced downward, and both graveness and awe were reflected in his eyes. The eastern end of the capital is connected to the verdant mountain, whereas the western end is connected to the dragon-scaled river. From afar, it looks no different from a sprawling giant. On! Zhang Xian lowered his glance to examine the city. Just as Hong Shi had said, the capital was indeed majestic. It extended for hundreds of kilometers. As though a gigantic fortress, just the sight of it created an indestructible image in the minds of onlookers. Even though there was no complicated formation set up around the capital, it seemed to blend in with nature, creating an unblemished and soothing atmosphere. Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master Wei Jiang is my teacher, a 5-star Pinnacle Master Teacher and Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Pinnacle Expert. The Emperor Yi Wentian has also reached Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan as well, Hong Shi explained. 5-star Pinnacle Master Teacher? Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan? Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. Upon reaching Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan Consonant Spirit Realm, one's soul and body would be harmonized together as one, and one's strength would be brought to whole new heights. One's enhanced soul would also significantly increase one's comprehension of cultivation as well. Beyond this realm is Cosmos Bridge Realm. Cosmos Bridge Realm, a bridge that connects one with the world, creating a unique synergy between man and nature. Even without cultivating consciously, spiritual energy would flow along the bridge into one's body and nourish it, thus inducing a constant rise in one's cultivation. At this realm, one's Jinqi or soul would grow at a rapid pace. Eventually, one would gain the power to move mountains and displace oceans. After this realm is Transcendent Mortal 7 Dan Perfect Harmonization Realm. Perfect Harmonization Realm, the unification of everything into one entity. One's energy would become even purer and aligned with nature. At the same time, one's soul would also grow stronger as well. Following which is Transcendent Mortal 8 Dan Ethereal Treading Realm. At this level, one's Jinqi and soul would enjoy a massive growth spurt. More importantly, one would gain some control over the laws of nature, allowing one to step on thin air. In other words, one would be able to rise up into the skies. However, horizontal motion is still too difficult at this realm, so it couldn't be considered flight yet. To think that Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master would actually be an expert of this caliber, just the thought of this in itself was frightening. Even though Zhang Xian had improved greatly during this period of time, he was still far from matching up to such experts. But of course, having grasped the red dust heaven ascending steps, even if he found himself on the losing end of a fight, he could still escape into the skies safely. I've already had someone report our arrival to the Master Teacher Pavilion, and someone should be fetching us soon. After introducing Huanyu Empire's Emperor and the Master Teacher Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Hong Shi chuckled. While the 28 regional powers were significantly weaker than Huanyu Empire, the Master Teacher tournament still held some weight in the Empire. Otherwise, Hong Shi, a 5-star Master Teacher, wouldn't have been dispatched to host the event Chio Chio Chio. Roar, roar, roar! But as soon as he was done saying those words, a series of beast calls sounded, and around a dozen gigantic aerial spirit beasts flew over toward the group. These aerial spirit beasts weren't too large in size, and a single figure could be seen standing on top every single one of them. Chuckling lightly, Hong Shi said, "All right, the escorting party is here. Later on, they'll lead us straight to the royal palace. But halfway through his words, an impassive voice suddenly sounded in the air. Hong Qian, it has been long since we last met. It is unfortunate, but it seems like you came at a bad time. I advise you to turn around and leave immediately. Chapter 606. Obstruction came at a bad time? Leave? Zhang Xian frowned. Rather than welcoming, this group seemed to be provoking them instead. If they were here to escort them in, why on earth would they ask them to leave as soon as they met? The other master teachers on the back of other spirit beasts also came out of their rooms, curious to see what was going on. They wanted to see who was so audacious as to speak to Hongshi in such a manner. Feng Yu? Hearing those words, Hongshi frowned. You're right! The man on the spirit beast that was leading the entire group chuckled lightly in response. At this moment, both sides were only several hundred meters apart, and they could already clearly see the appearance of the other. The other party was a 50-year-old elder dressed in a long, golden robe. His gray beard drifted along with a slight breeze. From his appearance, the other party resembled an enlightened sage. I came under the invitation of Huanyu Empire and the Master Teacher Pavilion, and naturally, I've no reason to leave. If Brother Feng wishes to leave, I don't mind sending you off, Hongshi said. During which, he sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian to explain the situation. This Feng Yu is the pavilion master of Fengyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion, and the both of us have never been on good terms before. While the 28 powers under Hong Feng Empire were conducting the Master Teacher Tournament, they were doing the same as well. Fengyuan Empire? One of the 4 great vassal states, Hong Feng Empire? Zhang Xian asked. In the 1-month journey, while Zhang Xian had devoted most of his time to cultivating, he would have occasional chats with this 5-star master teacher, and from the latter, he gained a rough understanding of Huanyu Empire. Huanyu Empire was a Tier 2 empire, and under it were 4 vassal states, Hong Feng Empire, Fuyuan Empire, Qianfeng Empire, and Zhuyu Empire. These 4 states were conferred to the 4 brothers who fought alongside founding Emperor Yi Huanyu, and while they were said to be of equal standing to Huanyu Empire, their standing was slightly lower than the former. The 4 great vassal states had many smaller empires under them. Take for example Hong Feng Empire, where Hongshi came from. It governed the 28 regional powers, namely Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Fleeting Cloud Sect, and so on. The other 3 vassal states were also in the same position. If Zhang Xian were to use the knowledge from his previous life to classify this structure, Huanyu Empire would be the entire country, while Hong Feng, Fengyuan, and the other vassal states were provinces. The 28 regional powers would be cities, conferred kingdoms like Xianyuan Kingdom would be towns, and Tier 1 and Tier 2 kingdoms would be villages. Just like Hong Feng Empire, the other vassal states were also conducting the Master Teacher Tournament to pick out the individuals who were qualified to enter the Cleansing Lake. I thought that the members of Huanyu Empire's royalty would be here to pick us up, but it seems like they managed to catch hold of the news of our arrival and intercepted the news. As Master Teacher Pavilions of equal standing, a certain degree of rivalry is unavoidable. I fear that they bear hostile intentions. Hongshi frowned. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Considering how rude the other party was, they were unlikely to be here to have a friendly chat. And as expected, while the duo was speaking, Master Teacher Feng Yu, who was standing opposite to them, bellowed loudly. I tried speaking kindly to you, but you just choose not to listen. Hong Feng Empire is the furthest away from Huanyu Empire, and you came late as well, so there may be some things you are unaware of. Since that's the case, allow me to fill you in. While the slots for the Cleansing Lake haven't changed, Crown Prince Yi Qian of the royal family suddenly requires 3 more slots, and thus, we've had to cut our numbers. In other words, your group has already lost its opportunity to enter the Cleansing Lake. I'll advise you to return now rather than embarrass yourself inside. Requires 3 more slots? Hongshi frowned. Just like the Yinyang Lake, the Cleansing Lake also had a strict restriction on the number of people who could enter it. However, the slots were decided on beforehand, so how could Hong Feng Empire lose its slots just because it came late? How could a respected crown prince steal the slots of a vassal state? That's right. Why don't you all report to Hong Yuan Master Teacher Academy first? There's no point in staying here for you anyway. Feng Yu smiled. We'll decide for ourselves whether there's any point in staying here or not, so Feng Shi need not worry for us. Knowing that the other party was surely up to no good for obstructing them here, Hong Shi couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Thus, waving his hands, he turned around and instructed. Control your spirit beasts well, we'll be heading straight for the Master Teacher Pavilion first. These aerial spirit beasts were rented from the Beast Hall and driven by its personnel. Walala! Under the beast tamer's control, the spirit beasts immediately formed a line, ready to advance at any moment. Hong Qian, aren't you being a little too rude here? I came here to inform you of the matter kindly, and not only did you not reciprocate my favor, you even chose to snub me and leave. What do you mean by this? Feng Yu's eyebrows shot up. I'll ask Teacher and His Majesty personally regarding the issue concerning the slots. Hong Shi waved his hands. Voila! The aerial spirit beasts immediately spread their wings and attempted to bypass the other party by soaring to a greater altitude. You just want to do things the hard way. Chen Mo! Seeing the other party refusing to heed his advice, Feng Yu narrowed his eyes. He turned around and issued a command. Yes! Replied the young man behind him. With a flick of his wrist, an ancient zither appeared in his palm, and pulling on it lightly, a melodious tune floated in the air. Trying. The melody was constantly alternating between a high note and a low note. The tune was refined, and the melody sounded pleasant to the ear. What is he doing with the zither? I've no idea. Not only did the zither lack the slightest hostile intentions, it was even gentle. It was extremely comfortable to the ears, and this left the Hongfeng Empire group perplexed. Since the other party traveled all the way here to obstruct them, there was no reason for the other party to let them pass so easily. Yet, when they tried to leave, all the other party did was to have one of their members play a perfectly ordinary melody on his zither. What were they up to? Demonic tunists did possess the ability to launch an offense on one's soul via sound, but for them to be injured by such gentle music? Impossible! More importantly, while their group wasn't exceptionally powerful, every single of them was a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, and Hong Shi, a 5-star master teacher, was present here as well. To influence everyone's psyche with music here felt like an impractical move. Wait, this offense isn't directed toward us, it's directed toward the spirit beasts. At this moment, Hong Shi finally came to a realization, and his face darkened. Spirit beasts? Taken aback, everyone quickly turned their sights to the beast tamers driving the aerial spirit beasts, only to see a livid expression on each of their faces. Not bad, you sure realized it swiftly. Indeed, Chen Mo's Void Tune of Heavens possesses the ability to hypnotize spirit beasts and prevent them from advancing any further. In other words, as long as the music continues playing, you'll be unable to advance even the slightest inch. Feng Yu chuckled softly. Void Tune of Heavens? Hong Shi tried to drive the spirit beast beneath him, but it seemed as though the connection between him and the spirit beast was severed. All it was capable of at the moment was to remain afloat in midair. It was as if someone had put a cage around the spirit beasts, preventing them from going any further. And unable to move any further, they wouldn't be able to enter the capital or the royal palace. Feng Yu, what are you up to? Enraged, Hong Shi glanced at Feng Yu coldly. Nothing much. I just want you to accompany me here for a single day. Feng Yu smiled lightly before turning around to issue another instruction. Chen Mo, continue playing the zither here. Don't allow them to advance a single inch forward. Yes. The young man known as Chen Mo replied as his fingers danced around the zither, producing a beautiful melody. Humph, do you think that you can stop me with this? Not expecting the other party to resort to such forceful measures, Hong Shi's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. Emulating a sword through his finger, he flicked his forefinger lightly. Whoa! A piercing shrill echoed. A surge of sword chi was shot from the tip of Hong Shi's finger, headed straight for Chen Mo's zither. With the destruction of the zither, the melody would stop, and the bindings on the spirit beast would be dispelled. But before the sword she could even reach, whang! A reverberation sounded. A huge protective barrier had appeared before Chen Mo, rendering Hong Shi's offensive ineffective. It's a formation! The people on the dozen spirit beasts have coordinated with one another to set up a defensive barrier to protect Chen Mo. Given the long distance, it'll be difficult for us to break the barrier. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had been perplexed as to why Feng Yu would bring so many people over. After all, as fellow master teachers, it was unlikely that a battle would break out. It seemed like this was where his true intentions lay. All of these people were likely to be formation masters, and they must be carrying some object on them. Using the spirit beasts as the formation flags, they succeeded in setting up a defensive formation around Chen Mo. If not for the distance, putting aside Hong Shi, even Zhang Xian would be able to break the barrier easily with a single punch. The distance of several hundred meters was a difficult problem to solve. From such a distance, even the long-range sword she would be unable to deal much damage. Not to mention, the other party seemed to be well prepared, so it was unlikely that they would get a chance at stopping Chen Mo's zither. This was also what made demonic Tunists fearsome. Physical barriers meant nothing to them as long as their melody could get through. This was probably also the basis of the other party's confidence. Damn it! Hong Shi gritted his teeth tightly. He was also able to deduce this much. They were in a bad plight. Under the effects of the melody, they were trapped at an altitude of several thousand meters away from ground, unable to descend or leave. The part regarding the slots should be true, and the results are likely to be out by today. He probably intends to keep us here to stop us from vying for those slots. Hong Shi said. That's very likely. Zhang Xian nodded. Actually, this matter wasn't too difficult to guess, and master teachers specialized in noticing even the most minor of details. If they couldn't deduce this much, they might as well knock their heads onto a wall and fall dead. The capital might look near from here, but if we were to proceed ahead by foot, it would take at least half a day. Besides, we're in midair right now. Given that our spirit beasts are unable to move at all, we're completely trapped here. What should we do? Hong Shi began to panic. Once he lost those slots, he wouldn't be able to get it back even if he were to wreak havoc with the Feng Yu. But they were stuck in midair, and they couldn't reach the other party's zither either. Were they really doomed to watch as the slots for the cleansing lakes slipped by their fingers? Actually, there's a very simple way to resolve this issue. Zhang Xian smiled mysteriously. Simple? How can this matter be resolved simply? The other party's words left Hong Shi stunned. Our spirit beasts are immobile, and we're too far to reach them as well. You can't expect us to fly over to destroy the zither. Fly over? That would be way too troublesome. Zhang Xian shook his head. Turning around, he instructed. Everyone, block the ears of your spirit beasts. All right. Even though everyone had no idea what Zhang Xian was up to, they still nodded their heads and carried out his instructions. They had a deep trust toward this champion of the Master Teacher tournament. Soon, they managed to plug the ears of the spirit beasts on their side. Now that all preparations were done, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly as he turned to face the enemy. You said that there's a simple way to resolve this matter? Despite your young age, you sure speak arrogantly. Hong Shi, is this your student? Why do you seem to be regressing as time passes? Your juniors don't seem to know the meaning of etiquette at all. It's basic manners to remain silent while your seniors are talking. Hearing the words between the duo, Feng Yu sneered coldly. He was just about to reprimand the other party when the young man opposite to him opened his mouth, and a sound echoed into the surroundings. Moo! Hoo! 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 Before they could even react, the spirit beasts beneath Feng Yu and the others began a free-fall journey all the way to the ground. The heck, what is going on? Chapter 607, and they all fell down. Surrounded by screams of agony and fear, Feng Yu felt frenzied. Falling from a distance of 1,000 meters, even if he was a 5-star master teacher, a transcendent mortal 6th Dan expert, he would be severely injured. These spirit beasts had been properly tamed, and their flight should be extremely stable. Why would all of them fall simultaneously out of the blue?
It must be that lad's call.
After a moment of thought, he quickly came to a realization. The last thing that happened before their plummet was that fellow's call. That call was reminiscent of the voice of a dragon. While humans might not feel anything from it, the spirit beasts facing it immediately felt an immense pressure pressing against them. Unable to withstand the pressure, they spurted blood profusely in midair. It was only out of sheer willpower that they were able to retain their consciousness at this point. But knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about all of this, he anxiously communicated with the spirit beasts beneath him.
Hurry up and fly up.
But to his agony, he realized that the spirit beast seemed to have gone into a state of shock. Not only did it not reply to his words, it was even trembling non-stop. Given its current state, it was clearly incapable of flight.
Damn it!
Seeing the ground approaching him swiftly, Feng Yu nearly spewed a mouthful of blood out of frustration. What the heck was this? He had come over here prepared the formation and Chinemo, and he was confident that he would surely be able to obstruct the other party's passage for sure. Never in his dreams could he have expected that the other party would possess a type of sound offense as well, and furthermore, from the looks of it, it was much more effective than his sides. Chinmo's melody was beautiful, and he could easily earn a fortune by performing concerts with this piece. On the other hand, the other party's sound was like the call of the Grim Reaper, threatening to take their lives mercilessly.
Hong Qian, I'll be back!
Feng Yu roared furiously, but before he could finish his words, his body came to an abrupt halt, and an immense force rippled through his body. Pada! The sheer force of his crash created a colossal hole in the ground. A violent aftershock traveled through Feng Yu's body, breaking nearly all of the bones throughout his body. Mouthful after mouthful of blood spewed freely from his mouth. He had come to intercept Hong Qian and his group to prevent them from entering the capital, but in the end, not only did he fail in his mission, he even sustained such heavy injuries instead. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. He struggled to his feet and scanned the surroundings, only to see Chinemo and the others in a worse state than him. Lying on the ground, they were inhaling much more than they were exhaling. If emergency treatment wasn't applied, they would all probably die here. While they were all transcendent Mortal 4 Dan experts, falling from such a high altitude was still lethal to them. If not for the spirit beasts cushioning their fall, they would have probably died on the spot.
Damn it!
The more he thought about it, the angrier Feng Yu felt. He quickly took out a recovery pill and fed it to everyone. They had come over here confidently, thinking that they would be able to accomplish their goal easily. But in the end, they ended up being done in instead. Several spirit beasts had died from the impact, and even Feng Yu himself had sustained grievous wounds.
Hong Qian and that fellow, I won't let you go!
Feng Yu roared loudly in rage.
All of them fell down.
Watching as Feng Yu bellowed furiously below, Hong Shi and the others stared at one another, dumbfounded. They knew that Zhang Shi was a formidable person, and they thought that he might be able to come up with some unique solution to their desperate situation. Who knew that his solution would actually be so unique? To make more than a dozen spirit beasts fall from the sky with a roar, to the point that even their masters were unable to do anything about it. This was way too overpowered. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that anyone who faced him on an aerial savage beast would face the threat of falling off his flight? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Hong Shi asked.
Are they dead?
No matter what, Feng Yu was a master teacher of equivalent standing as him. If he were to die from falling from a high altitude, he would probably become a laughingstock for the next few centuries.
Unlikely, but even so, they will be in for a round of great suffering. Anyway, let's put that aside for now. We should rush to the royal palace first. Considering how far the other party went to obstruct our advancement, something must have happened.
Zhang Xian waved his hands. In truth, he had no choice but to resort to such a trick. While he was capable of flight, he couldn't possibly expect to match a transcendent Mortal 6 Dan expert. After some deliberation, this was the only feasible solution he had at hand. As for whether the other party had crashed to their deaths, that was none of Zhang Xian's business. Since they came over to pick a fight, they should have known the potential consequences that could befall them. And honestly speaking, Zhang Xian thought that he had gone light on them. "You're right, let's go." As a 5-star master teacher, Hong Shi was not an indecisive or overly kind person either. Nodding his head, he instructed for his spirit beast to advance to Huanyu capital. Without Chen Mo's zither influencing the spirit beasts, they swiftly recovered and advanced forward at a rapid pace. A few minutes later, a majestic building appeared before them. Grand and refined, it exuded an incredibly noble atmosphere. "This is the royal palace of Huanyu Empire. No aerial spirit beast is allowed to approach it, so let's stop at the square in front." Hong Shi pointed forward, and the spirit beast beneath him began descending slowly to the square outside the royal palace. As soon as the group stepped away from the back of the spirit beasts, several master teachers dressed in robes quickly rushed forward to welcome them. "Hong Shi, you're here." The one speaking had an emblem of 4 stars pinned on his chest, a 4-star master teacher. "Zhuang Qin, didn't I tell you to inform teacher of our arrival? Why did no one come to pick us up, and Feng Shi and his group came over instead?" Hong Shi frowned. Zhuang Qin wasn't from Huanyu Empire but from Hong Feng Empire Master Teacher Pavilion. He was dispatched here earlier so as to take care of various arrangements. The person who was supposed to liaise with Huanyu Empire in their stead was him. "You met Feng Shi?" Zhuang Qin's face darkened. He immediately looked over worriedly. "He didn't do anything to you all, right?" "Fortunately, he didn't." Hong Shi shook his head. Then, with a perplexed expression, he asked, "What happened?" "I reported to Wei Shi the news of your arrival, and he dispatched aerial spirit beasts to us to pick you up. But who knew that, before we could even fly on those aerial spirit beasts, we were stopped by Feng Shi. He's a 5-star master teacher, so there's nothing I could do about it," Zhuang Qin explained with a look of difficulty. He should have been the one to pick everyone up, but in the end, his aerial spirit beast ended up being snatched away, and he could only wait here nervously. To his relief, it seemed like Hong Shi and the others were fine. "I heard from Feng Shi that the total number of slots has been reduced by 3. Is that true?" Knowing that there was nothing that Zhuang Qin could have done in the situation, and there was no loss incurred from that encounter as well, Hong Shi decided to let the matter go. Thus, he began asking about the slots. "That's true." Zhuang Qin nodded. "Each of the 4 great vassal states should receive 3 slots to train at the Cleansing Lake, and taking into account the 3 from Huanyu Empire's royalty as well, that totals up to 15. Hong Shi nodded. It was no secret that the Cleansing Lake only had 15 slots when the grounds were opened each decade, and thus he knew of it as well. The distribution of the 15 slots was decided by the founding emperor, and it has never been changed before. However, something happened this time round. After a moment of hesitation, Zhuang Qin began explaining. Upon learning of that the Cleansing Lake is going to be opened, Princess Fei of Hongyuan Empire specially made the trip here, and she needs a total of 4 slots. The royal family has given up 1 slot, and they have decreed that the remaining 3 slots will be contributed by the 4 great vassal states. Princess Fei? Hong Shi was taken aback. If the other party was a princess of Hongyuan Tier 1 Empire, she should have no lack of cultivation resources. Why would she head to a Tier 2 empire and vie for resources with the locals? Not to mention, she even demanded 4 instantly. Besides, who in the world was this Princess Fei? I don't seem to have ever heard of her. Princess Fei is a student of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and from what I've heard, it seems like she's a senior of Crown Prince Yiqian. Zhuang Qin replied awkwardly. Even though his words were a little unclear, it didn't take long for the crowd to understand the situation. Crown Prince Yiqian was a talented master teacher. 3 years ago, he was recommended by Huanyu Empire Master Teacher Pavilion for further studies in Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. And this Princess Fei, a student of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as well, was his senior, and an extremely famous figure there. Due to either Crown Prince Yiqian being infatuated with her or some other purpose, he intentionally revealed to her the secret of the cleansing lake and invited her over in hopes of getting on her good side. As a result, such a situation occurred. Considering her fame in the Master Teacher Academy, it was likely that she was at least a half 5-star master teacher. Considering her position as the princess of a Tier 1 empire on top of that, she was indeed a person that the Crown Prince should get along with. That was the reason why Fengshe said that the Crown Prince needed 3 more slots. To give out the slots of the cleansing lake to please the royalty of a Tier 1 kingdom is fine by me, just that. How does His Majesty intend to divide the slots? Fengshe asked. To give out some slots to get acquainted with higher-ranked master teachers and higher-ranked empires was something understandable, and he could accept this part. However, how were the 3 slots going to be divided among the 4 great vassal states? Surely no vassal state would be willing to give up their slots, so how would this matter be decided? His Majesty has instructed us to settle among ourselves, and there will be a banquet conducted by the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace so as to determine the rules to solve this matter, Zhuang Qin replied. On the day that he reported that Fengshe was going to arrive today, Crown Prince Yiqian fixed the date of the banquet for that night. This was the reason why Fengshe went so far as to obstruct Fengshe's passage. If they were unable to attend the banquet, without a doubt, the other 3 powers would surely have Hongfeng Empire fork out all 3 of their slots. After all, each vassal state was only given 3 slots once every decade, and thus, they were reluctant to fork out any slots. Since there was someone they could push everything onto, they were delighted to do so. Besides, who asked them to be late? This probably isn't just Fengshe's intent. Those old fogies of Qian Feng and Zhu Yu probably contributed to this as well. Upon understanding what was going on, Fengshe harumphed in anger. Obstructing their passage was beneficial to the other 2 powers as well, and Fengyuan Empire was unlikely to go so far if they didn't have any allies on their side. Most likely, the other representatives of the other 3 vassal states had decided on this plan, and Fengyu was only the one to execute it. It was fortunate that Zhang Shi was able to foil their plans. Otherwise, Hongfeng Empire would have had to give up all 3 slots. If so, they would have made the journey here in vain. Since there's some time before the banquet, you all should head to your allocated rooms to rest first. I'll go and pay a visit to those old fogies. Fengshe flung his sleeves. He had his pride and dignity as a 5-star master teacher, so how could he possibly overlook it when someone schemed so blatantly against him? Naturally, he had to get back at them. I've already prepared your living quarters, it's not too far away from here. I'll show you the way. Knowing that he couldn't interfere in a conflict among 5-star master teachers, Zhuang Qin could only change the topic and lead the group to their rooms. But all of a sudden, he thought of something and turned around to ask Fengshe with a doubtful expression. Fengshe, from what I saw, Fengshe probably made a lot of preparations to intercept you. How did you manage to get past them? Fengshe hesitated for a moment before replying. We were on our aerial spirit beasts when we met, and then, they fell down. Fell down? Zhuang Qin was dumbstruck. Chapter 608, Master-Teacher Confrontation. What the heck does that mean? Did they fall from the back of their aerial spirit beast? Or did the spirit beasts fall along with them? These spirit beasts were tamed by experts engaged by the Huanyu Empire royalty such that even non-beast tamers were able to drive them. The main purpose of this was to create a powerful army for aerial combat. Even the weakest of Fengyu's group was a 4-star master teacher. How could a 4-star master teacher possibly allow himself to fall off the back of a spirit beast? Zhuang Qin was bewildered by Fengshe's words. There's no need to bother about this. Let's head to our living quarters first. It was unlikely the other party would believe him even if he were to explain it to them. Thus, Fengshe decided to save his breath. All right. Since Fengshe was unwilling to speak, Zhuang Qin didn't push on. He led the group forward. The living quarters weren't too far away from the landing point. It was a mansion so vast that despite the huge size of their group, there would be no problem housing all of them in it. Zhang Xian took an individual courtyard for himself, Sun Chang, and his students. It would be quieter this way, and he wouldn't be interrupted when he was teaching his students too. After settling everyone in, Hong Shi and Zhang Shi discussed for a moment to refine their plans before the former stomped out of the mansion. Those fellows actually dared to scheme against him. No matter what, he had to return the favor. Not too far away from the mansion Zhang Xian and group were living in a relatively vast room, two old men were looking at a young man who just walked in to report a matter to them with a deep frown on their foreheads.
What did you say? Hong Qian and his group have entered the city and are now in their living quarters.
Yes. The young man nodded.
Impossible. Didn't Feng Yu go to stop them?
One of the old men exclaimed.
Could it be that the both of them didn't meet? No, that can't be. There's only one route from Hongfeng Empire to here. If Hong Qian wanted to enter the city, he would surely meet with Feng Yu. What's going on?
The other old man was also clearly a little skeptical of the news.
I'm not too sure either. I've sent someone to check on it, and they should be reporting back soon, the young man replied.
When Feng Shi and these two elders were discussing, he was by their side, and judging from their plan, he felt that Feng Shi would surely be able to intercept Hong Shi's group for a day. But before they could receive any news from Feng Shi's side, Hong Shi had already appeared in the city. Even he, despite being the person reporting the news, found it inconceivable.
Quickly look into it. What in the world is that Feng Yu up to?
The first old man shook his hands to dismiss the young man. Not too long later, the young man returned anxiously. It seemed like the news he had received was so shocking that he couldn't even keep his composure.
You managed to dig up something? What happened?
Asked the first old man. The young man reported the news that he had just gathered.
Feng Shi and Hong Shi did meet one another outside the city, but for some reason, Feng Shi and his group lost control of their spirit beasts and fell from the sky.
In truth, even he himself found this matter hard to believe.
Fell down? Lost control of their spirit beasts? Does that even make sense?
The two old men stared at one another in bewilderment.
Are you jesting?
Those were the elite spirit beasts of Huanyu Empire, and they had been trained for a very long time. Even if something happened, they would surely bring their riders safely to the ground. To fall from the sky on such well-trained spirit beasts, surely you must be pulling our legs.
There's no mistake on the news. Speaking of which, someone was coincidentally walking by when that happened, and he used a record crystal to take down the situation then.
The young man flicked his wrist and took out a crystal ball.
Our men managed to buy it with spirit stones.
A merchant party happened to pass by the area during the confrontation between Hong Shi and Feng Shi, and out of fascination, they recorded the scene. After which, when the young man sent his men to investigate the matter, they managed to track down the merchant party and procure this record crystal. In that aspect, they were truly lucky.
Hurry up and play it,
said the first old man anxiously. Nodding his head, the young man infused his Jinqi into the record crystal.
1.
Amidst a buzz, dozens of aerial spirit beasts suddenly came into sight. The recording was taken a significant distance away from the confrontation, so there was no voice to be heard. Even so, it was clear that the both sides were clearly clashing with one another.
It's Feng Shi and Hong Shi.
With a glance, the first old man immediately recognized the men standing on the spirit beasts. They had known one another for several decades now, and they could identify one another even from afar.
Chenemo has made his move.
The image swayed, and they saw a young man standing on top of a spirit beast taking out a zither and started playing. Following which, Hong Shi attempted to destroy the zither with his sword Qi, only to fail.
Everything went according to plan. How did Hong Shi get past them?
The first old man was perplexed. He was in the midst of figuring what went wrong when Feng Shi and the others abruptly plummeted from the sky. And then, a mushroom cloud of dust rose into the sky.
This?
The group stared at one another blankly. What just happened? After recovering from the shock, the two old men quickly asked the young man.
What happened to Feng Shi? How is he now? That was a distance of more than 1,000 meters.
To fall from such an altitude, He couldn't possibly be dead, right? I've sent someone to bring him back. They should be returning soon, replied the young man. At that moment, the door opened, and Feng Shui was carried in by a few other men. The current Feng Shui was bandaged tightly with a white cloth, as though a mummy. His face was stained with mud and fresh blood, and a huge bunch of his prided beard had fallen off. It was a huge contrast from his enlightened sage image. If he were to sit by the streets, a passerby might even throw him a gold coin out of pity for him. Feng Shui this? The first old man was flabbergasted by the sight. I'm going to kill Hong Qian and that bastard! Feng Yu roared furiously, but before he could finish his words, a cold voice sounded outside the main hall. Kill me? Sure! I'm waiting for you right here, come! The few men quickly turned their heads around, only to see an old man walking into the room with a face livid with wrath. Who else could it be other than Hong Shui? Hong Shui! Seeing the man they teamed up to deal with standing before them, the two old men's lips twitched. Hong Qian, you! Feng Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Humph! Ignoring the other party's shock and anger, Hong Shui flicked his wrist and took out a 5-star master teacher emblem. He flicked his forefinger with his thumbnail, and a droplet of fresh blood fell onto the emblem. 5-star master teacher Hong Qian, apply for a master teacher confrontation against master teacher Feng Yu. I beseech for your approval. Who? The emblem shimmered brilliantly, and 2 giant words floated into appearance. Permission granted. If irreconcilable conflicts occur between master teachers, they could apply for a master-teacher confrontation with the headquarters through the emblem, and based on the relative strength of one's opponent, the headquarters would determine whether to approve it or not. Usually speaking, if both master teachers were of equal cultivation realm, the permission would be granted. Rivalry is important for the growth of master teachers, especially with one's peers. As such, the headquarters promoted such duels. This was the reason why Hong Shui's duel application was granted nearly instantly. Master-teacher confrontation? Permission granted? Seeing the 2 words on Hong Shui's emblem, Feng Yu's vision went dark, and he nearly burst into tears. I'm wrapped up like a dumpling, and there are broken bones throughout my body. Not to mention, I've suffered grievous external and internal damage. To fight against me at this moment. Doesn't your conscience pang in guilt? The headquarters have already agreed to the master-teacher confrontation. Feng Shui, stop putting on an act. Let our fists do the talking instead. Hong Shui flung his sleeves majestically. Exerting pressure on the walking stick in his hand, Feng Yu stood up from the stretcher and exclaimed, I'm severely injured, how do you expect me to fight with you? Severely injured? Feng Shui, your joke isn't funny. I've heard that you were still in perfect condition when you left the royal palace 2 hours ago. In fact, you even offered some pointers to a guard. Since you didn't do anything, how in the world did you get injured? To think that a proud 5-star master teacher would stoop down to even feigning injury just so to not face me in a fight. And you call yourself a master teacher? Hong Shui replied righteously. You! Feng Yu's lips twitched violently, and his eyes were about to pour. He had secretly sneaked out to intercept Hong Qian in group. After all, this was an underhanded action, and if others were to learn of it, his reputation would be sullied. Who knew that the other party would actually use this fact against him to claim that he was feigning injury? How could someone be so shameless? You should be the more than aware whether I'm truly injured or not. I might not have fought with anyone, but falling from such a high altitude, it's already by a huge stroke of fortune that I'm still alive at this point. How do you expect me to fight with you? Feng Shui, I hope that you won't make any more excuses. Harumphing coldly, Hong Shui replied. If you refuse, I'll report to the headquarters that you, who fears even a challenge from your fellow peer, aren't worthy of your 5-star master teacher emblem. Fine. I'll accept your challenge. Are you happy now? Feng Yu gritted his teeth indignantly. If only he knew this would happen, he would have never done this. If one didn't have any special reason to justify himself, one wouldn't be allowed to turn down a master-teacher confrontation. If Feng Shui were to claim that he was severely injured, considering how this matter concerned a 5-star master teacher, the headquarters would surely look into it, and the issue of him obstructing Hong Shi's passage would be exposed. If so, he might be subjected to an even harsher punishment. In other words, the other party had planned all of this to corner him. What the heck was this? Since that's the case, let's start then! Bellowing furiously, Hong Shi dashed forward and sent a kick over. So, how could the severely injured Feng Yu possibly protect himself? He was immediately sent flying into the sky. Pada! After flying several dozen meters high, he crashed back down into the ground and spewed mouthful after mouthful of blood. He had just barely recovered slightly after consuming a recovery pill, but this kick had sent him back to square one. His face paled, and his vision was slowly darkening. Struggling to his feet, Feng Shui was just about to speak when a humongous fist came flying toward him. Pun! Feng Yu was sent flying once more. Pai pa! Walla! The sound of fists and kicks digging into flesh sounded, and soon, all traces of humanity were beaten out of Feng Yu. Hong Shi had controlled his attacks well so as to maximize the other party's suffering without worsening his current injuries too much. For a proud 5-star master teacher to be schemed against, if he didn't repay this favor, wouldn't others think that he was an easy person? Master teachers were humans, not saints. They couldn't possibly accept and forgive when someone struck them in their faces. In this case, tolerance is not a sign of magnanimity but weakness. If they couldn't uphold their own dignity, how could they possibly protect Master Teacher Continent from the otherworldly demons? It isn't a crime to be good-tempered, but if one wishes to protect something, one needs to be strong. Pung 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 puh. After a long round of beating, Hong Shi finally finished venting his anger. Clapping his hands, he clasped his fist and bowed. Feng Shui, thank you for going easy on me. At this moment, Feng Yu was no different from Chinemo and the others when they fell to the ground back then. He was breathing heavily but exhaling lightly, and it looked as though he might just breathe his last at any moment. You! Very well! Hong Qian! I, 5-star Master Teacher Luo Zhao, challenge you to a Master Teacher confrontation right now. I beseech for your approval. Hong Shi had beaten up Feng Shui in the name of the Master Teacher confrontation. His actions were within the rules, so there was nothing they could complain about. But after the duel was over, the first old man immediately took out his emblem and challenged Hong Shi. He wanted to get back at Hong Shi for Feng Yu. Hong Shi placed his hands behind his back and declared proudly, My apologies, but I've just finished my battle with Feng Shui and suffered grievous injuries in the process. I won't be able to fight for the next 10 years, so I'll reject your challenge. You! The trio staggered, and they nearly burst into tears. Big brother, can you get any more shameless than that? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.